ตีแมงป่องปะล่ะ
มาเออโอ้ my god อยู่ไหนวะเดี๋ยวนะกระเดียนดี
อยากเพิ่มความสูงให้เอลินตัวเองมีไอเทมเพิ่มความสูงไหมครับ
ไม่มีทั้งนั้นแหละเป็นเด็กเตี้ยต่อไป
Even though Germany had more possession and thoughts were stronger, they never made their Spain and more specifically, Fernando Torres did just before halftime. He latched onto a shattered pass.
เรียนลีด1.1801330
should have done better here. Torres' determination was just something else.
ตั้งปาร์ตี้
combat power 1,300เนี่ยคือคนปกติ
That would be one old and Spanish players.
ไอ้เชี่ยแต่ไม่มีคนใส่ชุดไม่มีคนใส่การ์ดดินในตี้
This works with showing too. Barcelona became the golden standard for all clubs in Europe as Pep Guardiola guided them to some precedent. Yeah, he did so using a similar play style as the multiple times condemning the use of the words tiki-taka, mostly because he believed that the media turned it emphasize distorting how people interpret the term. I loathe all that.
วิ่งเดลี่ให้จบจะได้ไปทำไหนวะแปะโอเคว่างพี่ดอยทำอะไร
Barca didn't do it. The truth about it doesn't matter what people want to call it. It was working. And Hex players were only getting fractured by 400. The league and the Champions League were Barcelona's committing. By 2010, 7 of Spain's 4 starters were played in Barcelona. Of course, it wasn't a team of Barcelona. 2 Like that, one type of year would be and yes, every player in that offer wins 10 to 4 Barcelona. Hey,
โอ้ย
although of course that goes off in that
มีคนโดนเลยแปะ
โอ้ยรีบปู
ของเด้อเจ้าแปลกโอ้โอ้กลางแมป
In most games, we have played all three.
ครับโอเคช่วยกันปาระเบิดน้อยการ์ดดูจังหวะมันทุกพื้นนะพี่ดอย
กดสเปซ
ปาทุกอย่างไอ้เชี่ยกดเร็วไปจริงๆต้องไปกดไอ้นี่ต่อตายปวดอ้าวเชี่ยโดนดึงขาปอมมีคนปาทันเปล่าวะปาทันเยอะไอ้นั่นไงฟิโลโมนไงหันหลังมาปักตีไปวิกาดโอ้ยเชี่ยไหมระวังแกลบนะจ๊ะ วะ1 2
The next player is in reality not much of a team in
นี่
the
ปะ
patience
แรปในเปล่าใช่
โอ้ย
as I said scored 4 goals
เคาน์เตอร์ไม่มีไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ย
I remember the Germany match in the semi-finals being quite eye-opening.
เฮ้ยอะไรวะ
ปาเร็วไปไม่ใช่เป็นซัพพอร์ตแม่งเออซัพพอร์ตแม่งต้องมีการดจริงๆว่ะคูลดาวน์แม่งไม่ทันไอ้วนบัฟร้อยไม่ได้ โอ้ระวังหางเชียกลางแบบ ปาชัดนอก
โอ้ยรถครับ
โอ้ย
คุณเล่
ปาระเบิดไอ้เหี้ยปาทันไม่ทันอีก
ไป
โอ้ไปกอดลืมไปเลยว่าคิรีแม่งไม่มีอันนี้ทันไหมไม่ทันจี
and walked away with a foul penalty. The idea made sense. Who knows? Final 2 minus 8.
การ์ดไม่เสียไม่ทันโอ้โหออกไม่ทันอีเชี่ยเอ้ยแดดหมด
The most important bit when they hosted it.
ระวังหน้า
โอ้ย
You make the last. Yes.
ระวังช็อต
It is more. Ronaldo square. Literally from 2018.
ทุลักทุเลจังวะเย้เฮ้สองคนนี้มันก็พันสอง
Each team has only grown. That's in my eyes, this will be local classical is not but arguably that this one is a bit more on that. On a national team, the only major addition to the team is that's runners transition to center back following the and it's worth noting that the addition of Alba, his pace on the left was huge for allowing Spain to comfortably change their approach. Qualification again was extremely smooth as Spain topped their group with the more than double the goals that second place Republic scored and won almost double the points. However, come the tournament, wobbling never clear.
ที่อยากขยายบัฟให้เยอะกว่านี้ให้ใหญ่กว่านี้
Despite coming with a Champions League win, Fernando Torres was in the
เล่นซัพพอร์ตไปชิดแล้วโว้ย
Spain, no firepower. Del Bosch decided that now was the time. Of course, this wasn't a complete trades match because Del Bosch will have already grading Fernando Llorente and of course
ให้ดูผลงาน
ได้กล่อง20,000 บาทอะไรวะ
อะไรวะ
กล่องตังค์20,000 บาท
เฟดอะ
ใช่ไม่รู้เด้อ
เฟดเนาะอ่ะส่งผลงานให้ดู พูดนะเมื่อกี้นี่แคปพออย่างน้อยลอยไป12 วิน้อยกว่าไอ้นั่นนะ
กูตาย 1กี่90%เกมเฮียเนี่ย
ต้องเนี้ยซินเนจี้คลิไอตัวพี่ดอยมันบวกคลิให้เพื่อน8 หรือ 6% จะไม่ได้แล้ว
ฮิวด้วยบวกด้วยมันขึ้นฮิวอ่ะ
ไม่ได้เอามาฮิวหรอกแต่ว่า DPS มันไม่ได้สนใจเรื่องซัพพอร์ตชาวบ้านอยู่แล้ว
No strike. Well, I wasn't to the news. for the sake of the story, I'm imagining. Seeing the
ส่วนมาก
success
เขาก็
that
อยากได้ synergy คลิไม่ก็พวก attack speed movement
he
speed กันละ
decided to go with Seth Fabregas, the false nine, and he striker. However, in
แต่อย่าง
reality,
Valkyrie รู้สึกว่าอย่าง Valkyrie รู้สึกมันทำคลิ100ได้ไม่ต้องพึ่งชาวบ้าน
15 strength. Yeah.
อื่นเลยเมื่อไหร่ประดับจะตกสักทีเนี่ยอยากรีออฟประดับ
strength. The results were the same. Actually, he got better at doing what they do best.
คือฟานฟรอนต์
They averaged 65% possession. They scored more goals than anybody. Well, they only conceded trade smash because Del Bosque still had Aaron Braden, Fernando Llorente, and of course Fernando Torres still at his disposal. All very key fighters. Even still, he looked at them and said, nah, no destroy. No, it wasn't in the rules of actually.
เชียร์พาราไดซ์แม่งก็เสือกขยายเวลา
Rather have in
ที่แม่งจะตัดรอบเลย รอบนี้แม่งดวงที่ยาเกิน
However, in reality, this was more forced. Look, 6 midfielders, priorities, 6 midfielders, 15 strengths, yes. And what was the result? Well, the same. Actually, they got better at doing what they do. 58 of the first shot. They averaged 65% possession. They scored more goals than anybody. They only conceded one goal. Funnily enough, it was against Italy in the opening match. In 1-1 draw where centre forward used played 11, the demon time Italy gave some trouble.
เอาจริงยังไม่เจอวิธีตั้งมาโครเดี๋ยวก็ไปดู
France, who
มาโครที่แบบว่าตะโกนบัฟเดี๋ยวต้องพลิกแคนอีกแล้วแมนนวลเกินถ้าเกิดพลิกแคน
penalty, but after that, all that was left was Spain's old rival, Italy. 2 winners. Spain was
โอ้ประดับไอ้เฮียกูไหว้ละไอสัตว์ดรอปที่มันใช้ได้มาให้บ้างเหอะ
but they were very much improved in this field. And more so, these two were in the same group. The Italians were the only team that Spain had failed to beat. Well, too bad they didn't. If by chance you were in a coma between about 2008 and 2012, ask me to show you one match that would best capture the essence of the gameplay, it would be this Spain, man, passing triangles, overlap, underlap, up to 8 people in the midfield that really precise.
เปิดแอมเบอร์แม่งหายไปจากสารระบบเลยวะเฮียเดือสัปดาห์นี้แม่งล็อกไว้แล้วว่าไอดีกูจะไม่ได้เฮียอะไรทั้งนั้น
Alphonse decided to give him a run-in. Mata had not played a single minute.
สัปดาห์ที่แล้วพอเห็นดรอปบ้างสัปดาห์นี้ไม่มีเลยไม่มีแบบไม่มี
Later, made the game. Bill, 10 Spanish players made the team. Under the rest with the player. It was perfection. By late 2012, it was almost unanimous that Bulgarian possibly the most abundant continuous era of football in any national side. Given advancements in technology, ways to analyze the fact that international only happen
shit เนี่ยวะ
this dominance was able to kept up.
เกมแม่งก็ราคาขึ้นอะไรนักหนาวะเนี่ย
น้ำยาสัตว์
อะไรนะ
น้ำยา
อะไร
Head Enterprise Head Expertise Potion
อ๋อไอเพิ่มสแตทถาวรมั้งขวดปะขวดกลมๆอ้วนๆปะ
อ้วนๆเหลืองๆอ่ะ
ไอเก็บเท่าที่เก็บได้ไออันหลักๆที่ต้องไปเก็บคือคลิสเปคแล้วก็สวิป
มันให้เลือกไอ้พาร์ทอะระหว่างน้ำยาสัตว์กับฮอนนิ่งมาทีเรียล
อ๋อเฮลอ่ะ
ไม่น้ำไออะไรวะไออาร์คพาร์ท
ออกพาร์ทอยู่ไหนวะน้ำยาสัตว์หาได้ น้ำยาสัตว์หาในสตรองโฮได้
โอเค
แต่ไอของตีบวกใช้เท่าไหร่ก็ไม่พอไม่เชื่อต้องไปทำหรือเปล่าหรือเปล่า
He was just about
หมดแล้วใช่ไหมเนี่ย
after 2014 World Cup group stage elimination.
คิวมีพาราไดพาราไดอีสัตว์เอ้ยไม่ได้เป็นหัวแถวตีบวกไม่ติดเลย
However, the downfall of the Spanish football dynasty has been studied and rehashed on numerous occasions. Any reasons?
เวลาเอาตัวรองไปวิ่งเควสแล้วก็รอจ
The first being the death. After many years, our opponents obviously knew how we attacked, how we moved. Look at Alves and Alba. They push a lot, and some opponents would give them space down the wing, but not let them move inside. It became difficult to get in. This was Gerard Piqué speaking about how Barcelona had to adapt from this play style after people started to figure things. Spain adopted this playstyle as a means to maximize their strengths in spite of their shortcomings, but they still had shortcomings, and teams found out how to exploit them. One of the main tactics was to exploit the fact that Spain weren't necessarily the most physically threatening team. This meant forcing them out wide, maintaining a compact foreign defense, never taking bait as they pass the ball back and forth. If it comes down to protecting the ball in wide areas, the vast majority of defenses had a massive leg up on the Spanish attack, based in dangerous areas. The ultimate red. You remove it, you remove it. Now that's easier said than done. No, but the trick was to not only get physical, but to annoy them and break their passing momentum. Try and get away with as many quote-unquote harmless, godless fouls as possible, but still maintain discipline and take your chances whenever they come. You only need one. Basically, you have to do what the Netherlands did in the 2010 final, but be clinical. Ironically, this is how Real Madrid broke Barcelona 2012. Again, more on that. Between the 7th of February 2007 and the 7th of September 2010, Spain played 57 games, only lost. But those two losses are worth studying. First came from an unlikely source, the United States. This was in the semi-final of the 2009 Confederation.
เป็นเควสในเรื่อง
US manager Bob Bradley employed a rigid 4-4-2 low block all game and left no space. They took their time.
มีเควสในเรื่องที่กดจำถ้ากดจำได้ตังค์10,000หนีอ่ะ
Second match was against Switzerland, the opening game of the 2010 World Cup. Switzerland employed the same tactics of aid and that rush.
วิ่งเองดีกว่า
Was manager Otmar Hitzfeld credited the US directly with giving him the key to Spain. We saw how the Americans played against Spain with a lot of interest. The USA did not try to do everything. They accepted the fact that Spain has pace and width and simply made sure that they kept the center of defense as tight as they could. It's not a perfect system, but it was a very interesting tactic. And teams
ทำแล้วไม่ได้
Spain lost their
ต้องยูทูบ
to say that tiki taka
ไปทำเดลี่เนี่ย
อ๋อเมื่อวานจบเนื้อเรื่องนั่นเลยปะ
จบแล้ว
อย่าลืมไปวิ่งเควสม่วงๆด้วย
พี่ไปยกกองทัพเตี้ยมาแล้ว กูจะไปคูซาน
ทิ้งบ้านทิ้งเมือง
ยินเปิลเฮียไม่สนใจแล้วตัวตลกเฮียไม่รู้จักกูจะไปคูซาน
football rather and all of its variations are elite. Their tactics still hold true to this very day. They just required a bit of tweaking. The most obvious of these tweaks was to introduce more physicality, up the intensity of the fullback to increase the midfield density, and maintain constant width. Pep Guardiola's Manchester City is probably a prime example of modern tiki-taka or toast football. They still play super high-intensity metronomic football, but the team is filled with physicality. These are obviously two very different players. Look at Busquets. Busquets is, in my opinion, the best defensive midfielder to ever exist. But his physicality was always the
ไอ้
part
น้
of
อ
his
ง
game. However, there's arguably a he has no notable weakness. It is the direct evolution of Busquets. There's actually a lot that can be said about the evolution of the game thanks to the influence of the Spanish side. But the main point of this section is to say that Spain were found out. Knowing how to beat them was secret, but the tactics became widespread. The period of domination came to an end. Another factor people like to mention as a reason is the plus their rival. As I mentioned, say did not try to, they just required a bit
เอ๊ะ
of
ถ้าเริ่มคิดแล้วว่าจะกด VIP มาดีไหม
intensity and convert the fullback to increase the midfield density and maintain constant width. Pep Guardiola's Manchester City is probably the prime example of that modern time. They still played super high intensity left field movement. The team is skilled, they can't keep up obviously achieve daily different players. This gets into my the best defensive midfield ever exists. But his physicality was always the part of the game that was questioned. Arguably, they're on the planet with he has no notable weaknesses.
ไม่พอได้ไงวะ
There's actually a lot that can be said about the evolution of the game thanks to the influence of the Spanish side. But the main point of this section is to say that Spain found out. Knowing how to beat them is secret, but the tactics became widespread in the period of domination. Another factor people like to mention as a reason for the fact is the plus their rival. As I mentioned previously, which I these were among the fiercest duels ever to play. Pep Guardiola, which chose them
เดี๋ยวไปเลือกการ์ดต้องลองเรื่องก็
but it's still ticket. Captain Group, Champion League. Probably was too far of Ramen people. Guys are making it on like very and Captain Casillas probably wasn't too sharp when Barca players would die from body referee or get away with square. Both sides, and that actually has
ไอ้ก็
back in 2011, during the Super Copa de España second leg, Marcelo, Messi Jose, David Villa, and Jose Pinto all not big.
เฉยไม่ได้เล่นปีเดียวการ์ดทองแม่งเพิ่มมาแบบมหาศาล
Castilla was built to have poor Xavi and Puyol to make peace. So the national team like what the regional found out about and dropped him from squad in the next game with the gratifying thing. Another factor people like to mention as a reason for the rivalry, as I mentioned previously, hiding in intent. These were amongst the fiercest duels who ever take place. Pep Guardiola is Jose Mourinho. Cristiano Ronaldo is Lionel Messi. It will keep looking. Almost 32 play. Captain Puyol, Captain Messi.
ดีกระดาน
On the Ramos Pepe, trying to break in on Messi's leg 10 times per game. And Captain Casillas probably wasn't too sharp when Barca players would dive, bombard the referee, or get away with certain calls. Both sides played levels of toxicity, and that had to have had some sort of effect on team synergy. Back in 2011, during the Super Copa de España second leg,
อ่าด้วย
Marcelo, Messi Jose, David Villa, and Jose Pinto all got Jose Mourinho poked assistant coach Tito Villanova in the eye, and all hell broke loose. Casillas is said to have called Xavi and Puyol to make peace. For the sake of the national team, Mourinho found out about it and dropped him from the squad for the next game for fraternizing. And then again, from all that we've heard, it seems as though it's possible that Mourinho was never too fond of Casillas in the first place. There was a point where Mourinho believed that Casillas was leaking sensitive dressing room details to his journalist girlfriend, and then Madrid were going through a media storm. That only came. The last reason that I think was the downfall of the Spanish team is probably the most. This was a golden generation. The players got. You see, not only were these players extraordinary, but their talents were a literal perfect fit for the setup for those. Like I said earlier, a perfect fit. They continue to produce excellent talent and they continue to be competitive. At the same time, something had to give. For example, Diego Costa, the leading man for Spain in 2014, was an absolute dog fire, seriously ferocious. But if we're being real, he cannot do what David Villa or Fernando Torres could do. It's just one example of a seriously incredible. But now, he has no notable weakness, and the direct evolution. There's actually a lot that can be said about the evolution of the game, thanks to the influence. But the main point of this section is to say that Spain found out, knowing how to lead them, to protect another factor people like to mention as a reason, plus the rival, as I mentioned previously, between 2009 and 2018 is intense. These were amongst the fiercest duels to ever take place. Pep Guardiola versus Jose Mourinho, Cristiano Ronaldo versus Lionel Messi. It was peak football, and it really took a toll. Captain Puyol, yes, the rest probably weren't too fond of Ramos and Pep, trying to break Lionel Messi's leg 10 times per game. And Captain Casillas probably wasn't too shocked when Barca players would dive, bombard the referee, or get away from certain calls. Both sides displayed a level of toxicity.
ก็มีอัลเบียนอีกตัวลงมารับสุดยอด
Back in 2011, during the Supercopa de España second leg, Marcelo, Mesut Ozil, David Villa, and Jose Pinto all got big. Jose Mourinho, post assistant coach, Tito Villanova in the up, and all hell broke loose. Casillas was said to have called Xavi and Puyol to make peace for the sake of the national team. Mourinho found out about it and dropped him from the squad for the next game, fraternizing the enemy. Then again, from all that we've heard, it seems as though it's possible that Mourinho was never too fond of Casillas in the first place. There was a point where Mourinho believed that Casillas was leaking sensitive dressing room details to his journalist girlfriend, and when the trip were going to create media story. That only came later. The last reason that I think is worth noting for the downfall of the Spanish team is probably the most. This was a golden generation, and the players were. You see, not only were these players extraordinary, but their talents were a literal perfect fit for the setup that was chosen. Like I said earlier, perfect fit. They continued to produce excellent talent, and they continued to be competitive. At the same time, something had to give. For example, Diego Costa, the leading man for Spain in 2014, was an absolute dog fire, seriously ferocious. Being real, he cannot do what David Villa or Fernando Torres could do. It's just one example of a seriously incredible player given to the system. Finally, before we wrap this one up, I feel like saying something briefly. Something that I've only really this achievement is Spain. Spain have certainly cemented their legacy, but history is likely not going to look at this period of domination with the absolute bewilderment that it should, which I know is a crazy thing to say. True. And the reason I say this is simple. Because of these two
เดี๋ยวนะ
Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, whether you like it or not, the Ballon d'Or is the biggest prize there is for an individual player. It's become something of a marker of excellence. I was born in the 90s, so there is no way that I was around to what George Weah, Moffat, America, Kevin Keegan, and claimed. However, when I think of the 1958
เรื่องส่วนใหญ่ก็
my mind
ไม่มีอะไรจำได้อยู่
personalities and stories of life. To this very day, the last Spanish player to win the Ballon d'Or was Luis Suarez, not in 1960.
มาพบกับพี่บ่าวผู้สวมบทเป็นวายร้ายอาเกน
In the 5 ceremonies between 2008 and 2020, the only time a Spaniard even came as second. And the rough part about this is that it's hard to argue against these decisions because look at these teams.
โอ้ยตัวยังไม่ได้ทำเอวเลย
They are still a global superpower and rightly so. They when they stepped. Players of the present and the future will undoubtedly do their. This team, the team like no other. The
พวกมึง
people
ถูกขังอยู่ที่นี่อะรู้ข่าวได้ไงเนี่ย
as things stand and lost through football dynasty. And there we have it. Let me know what you guys think about the Spanish dynasty. That's all. They are very
อืม
Bronze is elite. In the modern day, they produce arguably the widest pool of consistently elite footballing talent on the planet. But contrary to popular belief, that has not always been the case. All of that symbolically, definitively changed on July 12, 1998, the day the unthinkable happened. Brazil, the kings of the game, were dismantled 3-0. Not by Germany or Italy or Argentina, but by France. The defining performance by Zinedine Zidane, due to the elegance that, funnily enough, was deemed to not be good enough for high-level football only 2 years prior, sent the crowd into delirium. When Didier Deschamps hoisted the World Cup trophy, more than 1 million people surged out the Champs-Élysées. This victory, given historical context at the time, was simply improbable. From being outsiders for decades, mocked, underachievers, sidelined by their own critics, to being one of the most diverse and talented nations ever graced the footballing world and making a extremely life work of the greatest footballing nation ever exist. Bronze defied the odds on home soil. The story of how they reached that height is as dramatic as the final. Welcome to the rise of the great. Football first arrived in France in the late 19th century, introduced by English and brought the new game across the town. However, football struggled to make a mark in French society. This because the sport is viewed as a part-time of the bourgeois elite, clashing with the secular republican values of the French mainstream. However, France was front and center in 1904 when the organization took over
หลับไป500 ปี
Belgium, Denmark, the Netherlands, France, Sweden, Frenchman Robert Guérin was the first official president. The nation played its first official international match. They needed a 3-3 draw with Belgium. Not bad, but make no mistake, France were from good. 2 years later, when France beat England friendly, France were back.
ตัว Hero Off ใช้ Off อะไรอ่ะ
Scoreline.
ตัว Support อ่ะตัว Support ใช้ Off Heal หรือ Off Damage
แล้วแต่พี่เลย
เลี้ยวเต็มแปลว่าอะไรวะ
ก็สีม่วงคือ AOE สีส้มมันคือเป้าเดียว
แต่มันไม่มีดาเมจอยู่แล้วนี่
ใช่เอาฮิวไปยื้อหรือจะเอาอะไรวะ AOE ไปเคลียร์มอนหรืออะไรก็แล้วแต่คือสุดท้ายต้องพอร์ตถ้าไม่ได้ลงตีมันก็ต้องเล่นสายดาเมจอยู่ดีไม่งั้นมันก็ทำอะไรไม่ได้ตีมอนเองยังยากเลยถ้าเกิดไม่เปลี่ยนเป็นสายดาเมจ
ใช่
알렉시아, 잠깐 나 좀. 아까 네가 잠깐 자리를 비웠을 때 니나부님과 함께 올라온 손님이야.
니나부님께서 돌아오셨다니.
Furthest thing. But don't be too quick to assume things. The English, they were challenging. English reports suggest that apparently England missed a penalty on and because open play goals were favored. Penalties.
저기 있는 스퀘어홀 보여?
This is not even bronze heaviest achievement.
지렁이도 스퀘어 웨이라고 알고
We
있어.
were like 17 and 25. Please watching or listening.
여기
This is the rest.
스퀘어에는
Especially
산책을 보이시나요?
Olympian players refused to talk.
พวกเผ่ามีปีกเป็นเนื้อเรื่องที่พี่ดอยน่าเล่นที่สุดแล้วไอ้แค่เมืองสวรรค์เนี่ย
아가요?
응.
라즈니스가 실수로 스퀘어홀에 상처를 내버려서
The
난리가 났었어.
award won early notice that football was the
그게 무슨 네 나부에게
เผ่ามีปีกอย่างนั้นเหรอ
괜찮아.
culture. May became the
난
second
그럴
French
줄 모르고
in 1921. Saying that ring a couple of bells to start. He's the man who created the world. And this the original. However, French football in the early days was still characterized by a series of hits and misses. Actually, only this.
신기해. 근데 다른 쪽은 찾아보는 뭘?
Debuted at the original world in 1934, bronze. In 1938, bronze hosted the World Cup. First, pro supporters had hopes that Le Bleu might emulate the previous host, Italy, who won. Those dreams, however, were in the course of bronze weren't exactly phenomenal in the early.
이 다리만
Again,
걸으면
French representation was extremely influential in
빛의
the away to
영광.
European champions.
이곳이
These individual football in the world football was created. French Football Federation's Secretary General operated on it. This trophy in Dr. Hill. The idea was proposed in 1920. After years of deliberation, first edition only took, and the timing took been better because it came just in time for Bronze's first golden generation that life years ago.
ที่อะไรปลอมบ้าง
We beat by two phenomenal players when they came to Raymond Cook and Justin
Ah.
Tay. Number 10 and gives the good with number 2. On 10, a Moroccan born a real power. So they were
여기서
Bronze's
만나는
opening game. They demolished Uruguay's 1-1 with Fontaine. His antics would continue to the point he had scored goal. The record alone would have won him the Golden Boot. He wasn't meant to be with the French. He ran into one of football's national bosses in that semi-final. 17-year-old Pep. The teenager scored a hat-trick of his own in the final to win and got the French free. Yet, going on to for himself, Fontaine clearly reeling from the war Germany in the third place. With third goal, scoring record that this is not. And even further, he only played in one world and career.
น้องหลับไป500 ปีบอกว่าทุกอย่างแม่งยังเหมือนที่เคยจำได้แสดงว่า500 ปีที่ผ่านมาเมืองมึงไม่เคยเปลี่ยนแปลงไปเลยสิได้สัตว์
เมืองดีๆที่ลงตัวไงไม่รู้จักเหรอ
โทษไม่มีอะไรเปลี่ยนไป ไม่มีอะไรเปลี่ยนไป
엄마가 말해줬는데 아리안 오브 밖에는 괴물들이 살고 있대. 깜짝이야.
Informatic.
ไอ้เชี่ยเพลงขาดอยู่เพลงเดียวเพลงอีเวนต์ไม่น่าวนกลับมาแล้ว
Studying for that, leading 3 goals in the final 15 minutes.
아무것도 이야기하는
War.
어린애들은 항상
It also effectively marks the end of that first golden generation. And as this generation faded into this, so
여기서 자주 울고 싸움이한테 혼나나 해도 항상
promise of the late 1950s gave way to frustration for the next 3 months failed to make
Yeah.
달콤해.
mostly because they failed to qualify for most of it, and the ones that did qualify for wouldn't have with them.
우리 셋다
Take the World Cup for example.
싸우기 정말 많이 싸웠어.
แต่มันมานั่งตรงนี้มานั่งทางเดินไม่ไปนั่งตรงนู้นล่ะ ปัดถู
78 group stage. The Euros painted a similar picture 64, 68, 72, 76, 80, no doubt. By the mid 1970s, generation French grew up without really seeing their national team on the biggest stages. 80s rolled along. A new group of towards the forefront. Golden generation. Those players, one name was turning ahead more. Talented young midfield named Michel Platini. Michel Platini was a playmaker of nothing for nothing, who would become one of the great forward. He was simply no more than agility and trickery. He was the sort of player that would dominate. He was supported by a legendary midfield group, simply known as the
เอ้ย
Michel Alain Pires and Louis Fernandez each brought a different Platini, taking inspiration from old school creative link. Fox and Fernandez, war winner, force. Michel Hidalgo figured out these forces played in harmony. Because of this, unlocked its reached the rewards. And what were those rewards to us? The 1980 Since this first major international trophy, the home club were treated to 9 Michel Platini goals. He scored in every match, shooting a hat-trick and
ไอ้เชี่ยบ้านแม่งอยู่ข้างหอสมุด
same venue during the first collapse of Yugoslavia. 24 years ago, dismantled Spain 2-0 and made history. French football finally arrived. Even such years, France made deep runs in the world. In the 1982 World Cup in Spain, France faced Germany in the semi-final, producing one of the most famous matches in the world. Along the way, commonly labeled the great of all time, a 1-1 draw in normal 3-3, and it was over. 4 goals in 2 goals apiece. Simply you know, they may not use that word, but they scored 2 in the first half, only to concede and ultimately lose. Teach you.
อืม
Simple AI. You can have your own person answer your question. Second,
อืม
effect. Build an app called AI to base in general
อุ้ยกดปิด
instant quality shot. Making sure
เอ้ย มันรูเทอร่านี่หว่า
sheets, collecting personalized things. Basically, you can automate part of your work. You can focus on what AI. We'll use AI to build some visualize portfolio. End of the, you won't just know build with gain a deeper understanding of different
อืม
and work. Boost your
อืม
maybe even a new
เอ
summer.
อ
Limited time now.
เจ๋งเลยได้ขออนุญาตไปที่นั่นเขียนเจ้าอะนี่พวกนี้แม่งไม่ flexible เลยเฮีย
In 1986, in Mexico, France again made it to the semi-final.
อืม
Yet again, it was Germany that would end there. By then, Platini was a global superstar, winner of 3 consecutive Ballon d'Or awards, 3 and here's a fun fact for you. Platini also holds
ไอ้
the
เชี่ยรู
record
เทอร่าโดนดุ
그거는
cases in high-level football. I'm a multiple Ballon d'Or winner. Researched Lost Ark for the good time. Well,
เชี่ยเอ้ย
forward to the early 90s, Spain to even
Wow.
qualify for Euro
Oi.
Platini became coach and got France to Euro group stage. We returned to the FFF then appointed Julian, they lead the 1994 World Cup campaign in a manner so dramatic and just referred to the tragedy in November. Going into the two match 1994 quarter
อืม
from the Lost Ark game, both of which were up to secure a World Cup. The opponents, Israel and Bulgaria, neither of which campaigned stood up. In the first game, 3-2.
อืม
Disaster. Bulgaria didn't know what was November 7, 1993. 3-1 for Bulgaria. Real life. What made this situation so much worse was that France took an early lead through Eric Cantona.
ไอ้เชี่ยขาดดัก
Shouldn't have mattered. All they needed to do, kick the ball, not do anything silly. They would have gotten their golden. Nobody told this the winger that deep in Bulgaria's corner, seconds left. For some reason, he attempted a cross. Bulgaria counted, scored, and the entire team was inconsolable. Now, here's the thing. He made a mistake, sure, but since then, most recountings of this tale seem to say that Himmler not his team that failed to and also, of course, Albert Ginola was a very photogenic man. He was always incorrectly, I might add, seen as nothing more than a pretty boy by many. It wasn't just the mass blame Ginola for the school. Gerard Houllier, the coach of the French team, infamously labeled Ginola as murderer of French hopes. He even put this in his biography, which led to Ginola suing him for defamation. It was all kind of crazy. France was in their worst period in decades.
ดูก่อนละสปีดรันเลยละกัน
Because only 5 years brought
여기야.
France is
힘들게
today they produce arguably that is consistently elite footballing talent on the planet, but very elite has always been all of that. Holland definitively changed on July 12, 1998. Day, Brazil, kings of the game, were just not by Germany or Italy or Argentina. A defining performance by Zinedine Zidane, exuding elegance, funnily enough, was deemed to not good enough for high-level football only 2 years ago. Then the crowd delirium. When Didier Deschamps hoisted the World Cup, more than 1 million people urged Deschamps in Europe. This victory, given historical context, from being outside for death, mocked, underachievers,
อ๋อ
so oppressed, to being one of the most diverse, talented nations
ตัว
football in the world and making extremely light work the greatest footballing nation ever exist. France, the
ก็ดาวเพลเยอร์
story of how they reached that night is as dramatic as the welcome to the rise of the great. Who first arrived in France in the late 19th century, introduced by Englishmen who brought the new game. First, however, football struggled to make a mark. This sport was viewed as time of the bourgeois elite, in clashing with the secular republic values of French life.
ดาว
However, France was
Even
front and
dog.
center in 1904 when the organization to rule them all was formed, along with Belgium, Denmark, the Netherlands, Spain, Sweden,
เอ้ย
and
ฝรั่ง
that Frenchman Robert Gurin was the first ever FIFA president. The nation
ไอ้เฮียนี่มันโซส
same year, a 3-3 draw with Belgium. But make no mistake, France were far from this. A few years later, when France faced England friendly, We're back 15 nil. The scoreline. Now it sounds the furthest thing. But don't be too quick to assume things. The English, a word character. English reports suggest that currently England missed a penalty on purpose in the game because open play goals were favored. Penalty looks found out. We never. Also, this is not even France's heaviest defeat. That came 3 years ago.
다시
17-1 and what? Semi-final. Any Danes watching or listening? This is your app. This French team, it had a lot of Parisian players refused to pass for teammates. There was a lot of bad blood in the game. Ironically, it was World War I. Accelerate the spread of football among the French. During the Great War, British and French soldiers side in the trenches and would play the game during rest. There was no mistake. Football was there. Coupe de France was launched in 1980. The French Football Federation was established in 1990. Culture truly began. Jules Rimet became the second French FIFA in 1921, and that name became
แน่นอน เก็บลูกแก้วมันนี่เฮีย
World Cup. And this, the original World Cup. However, French football in the early days still characterized by a series of hits and misses, mostly misses. Only misses.
อืม
France debuted at the original World Cup in 1930, 1934, first round. In 1938, France hosted the World Cup.
นี่คืออะไรเอ่ย
Hopes that Le Bleu might
Baran.
emulate the Italy won those dreams, however. Of course. So France weren't exactly phenomenal in the early. Yeah, French representation was extremely influential in the UEFA European Championship, probably the second biggest football competition in world football. World Cup was created in the French Football Federation Secretary General. This trophy. The idea was proposed in 1920. Years of deliberation, addition only took place, and the timing couldn't have been better because it came just in time for France's first golden generation that came to life a few years prior to the 1980 World Cup, led by two phenomenal players who became French Raymond Kopa and Fontaine. Kopa, classic number 10, his league winner. Fontaine, a Moroccan-born a real predator. Together, they were opening game, demolished Paraguay on one with Fontaine. Never forget, his antics would continue to semi-final. He has scored goals and the record. Lowe would have won him the Golden Boot 17 of 20 World Cups. As they ran into one of football's who bought in that semi-final, the 17-year-old Pele, the teenager scored a hat-trick of his own. The final dashed French dream. Yes, going on to Fontaine clearly reeling in the core of Germany in the third play one. Finished the tournament with 13 goals. Scoring record that do this. 13 is not. And even further, he only played in one World Cup. Currently in fourth place for all-time scorers in the World Cup. Tells you all you really need to know. For their F, Copa and Fontaine first and third place in Holland for rank 1915. European Golden Generation regroup posted on local ground. France reached the semi-final in the inaugural European in 19 lost Yugoslavia in dramatic in front of its parked home. After taking a 4-2 lead, France suffered a stunning collapse, conceding 3 goals in the final 15 minutes to lose 4. The end of the 1960 tournament also effectively marks the end of that first generation. As this generation faded in distance, so too of the late 90s gave way to frustration for the next 3. France failed to make market any, mostly because they failed to qualify for most of them. And the ones they did for were met with. Take the World Cup, for example. 62, 66, roasted. 70 and 74.
ไม่ใช่จะปั๊มไอ้ทุยจะปั่นทุยจะปั๊มเลเวลไอดีแม่ง
72, 76.
ยังไงก็ต้องเอาตัวลองมาวิ่งเนื้อเรื่องนี่อะ
알겠다.
In the national team,
꼭
was
그렇게
the
되지
stage
않겠나?
80s golden era. Something happened. A new group of players were to forward the second golden age of those players. One name is turning in more
하단이었구나.
talented young midfielder. Michel Platini was a playmaker who would be one of the more. He was simply sensational on the ball, as you can.
อืม
Agility, trickery. Was a player that could dominate anything. He was supported by a legendary midfield group, simply known as the Magic Square. Michel Platini, Jean Tigana, Alain Pires, Louis Fernandez, each brought a different. Platini, key inspiration, goal scorer. Pires, creative link. Tigana, box. Fernandez, ball winner. Michel Hidalgo, coach, figured out how to get these 4 stars playing in harmony. Because of this, France unlocked its potential, reached the rewards. And what were those rewards, you ask? The 1984 UEFA European. France's first ever major international trophy. Home crowd were treated to 9 Michel Platini goals. Scored in every match. Two of them in the final. To France. They remember their embarrassing collapse in the slumber 24 years prior. France dismantled 2-0 and made finally arrived. Either side of the way, France made runs in the world. In the 1982 World Cup, France faced Germany in the semi-final, choosing one of the most famous matches in World Cup history. Along the way, commonly labeled greatest game of all time. A 1-1 draw in and was 4 goals in extra, 2 goals apiece. Simply sensational. France, they may not use that word though. They scored twice in the first half, only to concede and ultimately lose. 1986, again made semi-final. Yet again was Germany would end it. By then, Platini was a global success, winner of 3 consecutive Ballon d'Or awards. Here's a fun fact for you. Platini also holds the record for the most corruption cases high level. A multiple Ballon d'Or winner. Research David, I think it's true. It's not a good time. France fell towards the early 90s. Qualified for Euro 80, beating them. Platini became coach. Groups. We return to the door. The FFN then appointed Gerard Houllier to lead the 1994 World Cup campaign. Both quite well. And in a manner so dramatic, referred to La Tragédie de Novembre. Tragedy of November. Going into the final 2 matches, 94 quad.
회의 중인 사적인 이야기는 자제해 주시면
Both
좋겠습니다.
of which were at the court to pass. Here in World Cup, the opponents is
검인회의
Bulgaria.
라제니스에게 중요한 사항들을 담았습니다.
Well, in the first game, 3-2. War. Disaster. Bulgaria didn't know what was November 17, 1993. 2-1 for Bulgaria. Real. What made this situation so much was that France took an early lead through Bulgaria equalized. Students of match, all France needed to do was keep the ball, not do anything silly, they would have gotten their golden ticket. You know, when it's over, the waiter, deep in Bulgaria's corner, seconds left, for some reason, he attempted to cross the box. Bulgaria counted, scored, and the entire team was down to the round. Here's the thing. He made a mistake. Since then, most recountings of this tale
เฮียดีไม่ดีคาเซลอสแม่งเป็นเทพแห่งแสงที่ว่าที่นี่ตัวเองวะเนี่ย
scored the first Bulgaria goal, and also, of course, Mila wasn't being bad. He was always, incorrectly, I might add, seen as nothing more than a pretty by many. And it wasn't just a mass name shit for this. Gerard Houllier, who coached the French team, infamously labeled Ginola quote-unquote murderer of French hopes, even though in his biography, which led to Ginola's suing him for defamation. It was all kinds of this was in their worst something they had very because only 5 years from Natasha Dinarova, they were supposed to 1990. Fear not, unbeknownst to the world at all, French Football Federation had long known about vodka. Had a few tricks. In the late 70s, just before the Platini Golden Age, French Football Authority needed to fix the proof players pipeline of talent, but it needed an idea was formulated to create a whereby the very best crucial years in development. This would then lead clubs and feed. There was that maybe every generation of French football would be golden. So in 1998, France opened the Institut National de Football de Clairefontaine, or simply Clairefontaine, crown jewel of French football development. Postage of this time. You may have heard about Harry Henry. Nicolas Anelka is another name that rings.
Oh shit.
He was actually seen as the bigger talent between the two in those early days. Not that high level. Can't stress enough. French Football Federation used worldview nationwide. Several such facilities. Stop the best minds. Significant as the youth academies called. They naturally brought in boys from all, including many from immigrant
ใกล้
families.
หมดยังไว้แบบเฮียดิใหญ่จังเลย
The result was that late 1980s French football team not only but also represent much of what everyday France looks players of Libya, Pacific European, wearing the tricolor. This diversity Blanc, or this was the new. If one person embodied France's dream to make, Ken had long been a success with 3 French in the forelock. 93 failure.
โอ้ยเฮียคนผิด
Was pragmatic, focused, and most importantly, ignored our knew that France individual needed a team. He was willing to make a controversial decision to achieve the right chemistry. Series of bold first moves. He sidelines several of France's names, including Captain Eric, Jean-Pierre Papin, another Ballon d'Or winner, and David Chinova. All of them were sent back. Reasoning behind this simply due to Jacques aiming to minimize risk and Chinova may have been over trust. Remember, Cantona situation is a little bit more nuanced. Cantona, only the king, but also undoubtedly the most famous player of the mid-90s in that team and a borderline deity. Storytelling was always capable of using kung fu kick to a loudmouth crystal in 1995 proved. For that particular incident, he received a 9-month. When Cantona returned from his battle, ready to call to make stick with his young evolving team, or bring that goes the forward. Not. His decisions were vindicated. France reached 3,590 euros, only losing to penalty. Sake clearly saw something that not all of us were privy to. Replacement
ความฝนเป็นเหตุ
in Zidane. Then Zidane
โดนดุเลยตายเถอะ
player, but famously, any Dalglish wanted to the Premier League champions when Rover's owner, Walker, famously said, quote, "Why do you want to sign Zidane? We have him sure one." A year later, 96, according to Harry Walker, agent, he was offered to Newcastle United, club he loved playing for. However, it was not. This was the same year that he won the French First Division Player of the Year. The French was not full. As host, France no scandal. Although this didn't stop media outlets every friendly leader. Robert Pires, another one of the younger players of once spoke on the general atmosphere. Quote, "We knew that L'Equipe had been champion. They didn't think that it was good enough.
น่าสนใจ
Voices it became really nice. Here around Le Bleu United. Jacquet remained resolute, protected his players, closed doors and to the press. He held meetings with them, set his blueprint for winning world. Spoke of trust, and right on time for the big opener. Like players into the league. All right, let's get into how things look before the first goal. Tactically, here's France. On paper, he started almost every match. Started 4-3-3, switched to 4-2-3-1, 4-4-2 with him. Then a 4-3-2-1, then 4-4. Out of that match, formation was in goal was Fabian Bart, Boldhead, Haunted Luck, which is not a derogatory statement. Teammates literally rubbed and kissed his 4 game. The back four typically consists of Lilian Toro, of Frank Berth, Laurent Blanc, or Mark. In the midfield, Didier Deschamps, Emmanuel Vieira, and Christian Caremba. Done with Kevin White, Rogue in the pop. Was really Yuri Joker, Stefan Kivash, Christophe Dugarry, Thierry Henry, David Trezeguet, Robert Pires, and Bernard Diomede made up the rest. Jacquet kept rigid formation labels and more of built from the back using France's interior technique. France's defense physically imposing, astute. In the offense, the efficient use of the ball rather than boring, using Zidane's brilliance to create this pieces, moments of, in theory, basic, in practice. Nowhere was Jacquet's vision of unity more visible within Christophe Kiva. Endless work rate were essential to create space was it. He never scored a single goal all tournament, which I guess is customary for French clubs. A very specific role. Really testament to that was the goal off. Ginola was arguably player in the Premier, and many in France have long evident. Opening the tournament on June 12, 1990, France faced because SA's first don't let them fool you. prior in 1996. Because in the months prior to this World Cup, they were runners-up. They couldn't even event. Whatever that France were accustomed to losing.
เวลาเป็นนักสืบโคหน่วย
Plus, France secured a well-forced 3-0 win, 4-0 to Saudi Arabia and 2-1 to Denmark. Meant France hosted the 16th game. 21-year-old Thierry Henry emerged as France's top scorer with 3 goals. Future was secured, no doubt. Things got a little bit here though. It skipped over, but in the Saudi Arabia match, Zidane managed to put himself and 12 for a stat, earning in 2 matches. One was there versus Denmark, now France for the knockout. France against Paraguay. This match was a huge match. Paraguay their goalkeeper, José Luis Chilavert, did not for an inch for 114 minutes. His Laurent Blanc scored a golden goal. Break instantly his match goes to England. Interestingly, this was the first of its kind World Cup history. Quarterfinal was massive. France versus Italy. France welcomed Zidane back to the bench. Even his creativity couldn't break him. It was at for France the upper hand, but after 9 minutes and extra, goal remained 0-0. The penalty shootout, both teams had penalty saved. Italy were ultimately the ones who cracked. Luigi Di Biagio hit the bar, shot, were in the set. By now, doubts about Image Nakia's methods were the French public were fully behind their man. France faced the next, Croatia, the country's first World Cup appearance,
Love die
very early in the second. Croatia stunned the home fans and took it. But literally, hurry for it. I want you to brace yourself. What I'm about to right here surely confidence and enough to divide. With the ensuing kick, France went on the offensive right away and right back Lilian Thuram. All people just inside the area. He battled his way through. There was a where. 20 minutes later, he lashed onto another ball inside the area. Hurled a precise left foot right Croatia. 2-1 France. Get the Thuram never scored for France before. He never scored for France. 142 games for his country. These were his only divine intervention, only explanation. For the first time ever, France were through to the World Cup. But their loss was undoubtedly big. Brazil, the definitive footballing 4-time winners, current holder, overwhelming favorite whenever they Ronaldo Nazario, aged 21, holder of the Ballon d'Or, with chancellor of the future GOAT already surrounding his every move, stood France's way. However, there was an extreme twist. Hours before the final, Ronaldo reported Copenhagen hotel involves even clothing at the mouth. News didn't travel as fast. Bits and pieces were being eventually, news began to spread that Brazil had withdrawn his name from the squad. French players learned not only on the way to the stadium, best player in the world, or the reigning best team in the world, may not even be on the pitch. This kind of news could either disrupt or uplift. France evidently were determined not to. Which good thing, because kickoff has begun. There have been a lot of rumors that have swirled around over the years regarding what actually went. Some say Ronaldo was having a some say he was poisoned. Some say the only reason he was because there was a ton of victim and brands that might force him to play. Whatever the reason is, he was still however, pushing back by Brazilian defender also We were so worried. We were not even at 50% of our. It is a shame, but regardless of none of them shortchanged the magnitude of performance the world was about to witness. Because when the match actually kicked off, France were the only team. The French midfield completely smothered. Zidane was 55 work, and the 27th minute when he got head on a 20 cross, stadium erupted. For half time, during the game, the unthinkable was unfolding. Outside looking in, you could argue that this was France's easiest game of the quarter. Brazil simply had to even when Marcel Desailly received a red card, Brazil could not finish. Brazil's desperation in the 90th minute gave it opportunity. France did not finish a precise attack.
ลืมเลยเดี๋ยวนะเคาน์เตอร์สกิลไหนวะตัวนี้
Who went on to bury the Brazil and brought to 75,000 bewildered. Few could have predicted this outcome. Still in a state of disbelief. But the pinch they needed came from media difference. All the media back. All without all those years of this great the anxiety of being left against Brazil. All those within the elite believe them. In the aftermath of the war, Dunn was awarded a well award. Isn't too bad for a Newcastle region, and the party did not end there.
이들의 죽음의 결정은
First, managed to stay there 2 summers after the World Cup, taking away for Europe 2000. There were a few changes, but
감정들을 배워보시오.
Aimé Jacques comes to retire from the technical director. The man altered the trajectory of his country's sport.
디오게네스의 죽음을
Decided that he had and listened to Einstein's in the press in London. His assistant, Jean Lemaire, took over as he maintained the core of the World Cup squad. There's take something that isn't broken. France were on a mission to be only the nation who both the World Cup and the European Championship. Only Germany achieved it. France, of course, rose to the occasion, and it was all the usual heroes. Zidane was ranked 3 with 3. The only match they lost was against
โอ้ my god ลีก2แมป
groups after they had already qualified. Spain fell in the quarter. Portugal fell in the semi-final. In the final, faced an old rival. And for the first by the 90th, Italy were leading. It looked like they were about to go all the way. In fact, families of all the Italian players were already celebrating on the but since had one more goal in there. 94 minutes play. A long ball was knocked. Silva and Wiltor gave the day the ball under. Italians
ไอ้เชี่ยไปไม่ทัน
but under golden rules, we all knew what. In the 103rd minute, Robert Pires only came on late in the game when France through the Italian stood back Matresic and he rifles it into the roof. It was a picture perfect golden, and it meant France, which had Scara thought it mere minutes from winning. Now, France were rampant. Forget golden generation. This period was pure, unadulterated, unequivocal. You'll notice that the tone of that was shifted tremendously from the previous. No longer was I talking an air of for all the near miss situation from the non-resident. There was an inevitability brought through their focus during their country and talent trusted each other to embrace their diversity, claim it as one of their strengths, converted them to a global superpower. Lillian Turner later reflected, man, of all origin, feel that all belong to all from. The craziest thing is that most of this from this were nowhere near their long, incredible careers. Green, Dodd, Vieira, Pires, Thuram, Trezeguet, none of them were over 20. The 98 World. On a sporting level, other countries took notice of Clermont. Aimé Jacques and his men, once ridiculed, are now a case study in team building. Yeah, the legacy of France's most golden period raised. The country has had its 2003 World Cup. Wait, the group stage X or the groups were brought all those years ago took them straight to the final World proves looks. And when it comes to this nation, it's a fascinating thing, isn't it? 1998 was a great year for French football. Kylian Mbappe.
우리는 어서 사람을 대비시키러 가지. 어서 아이노브로 갈 준비해. 잠깐만. 챙길 것이 너무. 장님과 당신의 활약에 대해서는 전해 들었습니다.
부상자들이 이렇게나 많다니.
자네 아들은 신의 품속에서 안식을 얻었을 걸세. 화려하게 그래.
아무래도 이게 왜 거기까지 가서 다치고 그래?
아니 그냥
너무 무서웠어.
그래도
아리아 노브에 들어가면
아리아 맞는 걸까?
돈 또한 치료해 고맙군. 덕분에 수고를 덜었다. 디오게네스의 선택은 어리석다.
진리 시작.
미나가 나는 너를 잃고 싶지 않다.
원래 진리의 시작은 라제니스들이 자유롭게 오가도록 모든 것을 개방해둔 곳이었어. 스펠을 풀 방법을 찾아야 해. 문을 열 수 있는 방법이 있을 것 같은데 갑자기 생겼어. 석상이 새로 생겼어. 이건 문을 여는 단서인 거 무언가 우리가 문을 여는 것을 도와주고 있어. 분명 석상들에 적힌 문구가 단서일 거야.
มีแดงฟ้าม่วง โอ้ยโอ้ยเชี่ยอันนี้
문을 보면 이제 진리의 신전으로 들어갈 수 있을 거야.
ไม่รู้กดมั่ว
이제
예.
들어가자. 신전의 형태가 변했어. 어떻게 된 거지?
อืม
이제 문이 생겼어. 가보자. 정체는 뭐지? 처음 보는데 뭔가 따스한 느낌이 들어.
แต่มีนกนำทางเว้ย
신전을 지키는 소녀들이야. 어째서 진리의 신전이 세계가 우리를 인도하고 있어. 어서 따라가자.
What the fuck ใครแท็กที่อะไรมาป่านนี้
First,
ว้า
อืม เอ้ย ทำอะไรวะพี่ดอย
generation that
เผลอหลับ
leaders
เออ
led by two phenomenal players who became
อืม
적으로 생각하는
Raymond Copa and Jules Fontaine. Copa, classic number 10 Champions League winners with Real Madrid. Fontaine, a Moroccan-born striker, a real predator. Together they were never. Towards the opening game, they demolished on one with Fontaine getting a hat. His antics would continue to the point that he had scored goals. That's for the record. Alone would have won him the Golden Boot 17 out of the 22 World Cup. It wasn't meant to be for this British. That they ran into one of football's
เห็นใจ
the 17-year-old player. The
เฮ้ย
teenagers
ใจ
were
เลย
so by a few wins and dashed French church. Yes, going on to live for himself. Fontaine clearly
นำทางไปเจ้านก
in the four for Germany in the third place playoff. Finished the tournament with 13 goals. Top scoring record that stands
เด็กพ่อแอนเดอร์เรส
is not. And even further, he only played in one World Cup career and currently in 4th place for all-time scorers in World Cup. Tells you all you really need to. Whatever, Copper and Fontaine secured 1st and 3rd place in the Ballon d'Or ranking. European only will. And so, holding generation, some local black, who wants to reach any fight, the noble and good. Not Islam, even in front of a
โอเค
crowd. After 14
Shit.
including
Back.
3 goals in the final 15 minutes. These goals could not most effectively work. This generation is so cheap.
조금만 더 가면 예언자들이 있는 곳이야.
Almost of the late night. Only when it's reflect
예언자들이 있는 곳이야. 시간의 끝에
Sean
도착한
Taylor
것
and
같다.
Mark.
어서 들어가자.
Once we get this also qualified for Olympic. One thing qualified for Olympic. Take the World Cup for example. 62 at 66 reached it. 70 and 74
언젠가
68
산을 빠른 자가 올
Euros
것이다.
into 68
산을 빠른 자가 올
80. No doubt. By the mid-1970s, a generation of French fans had grown up without really seeing their national team on the sport's biggest stages. Then, the 80s rolled along. Something happened. A new group of players began to hover towards the forefront. These golden generation. Of those players, one name was turning head more than others. Talented young midfielder,
빛을 시들게
Michel Platini. Michel
황홀한
Platini
거울이
played
피를
with
흘려
rare elegance and prolific scoring ability.
답을
He would
찾아서
become one of the
침묵하게 되리라.
He was simply sensational on the ball.
자신이 부여한
His
길을
agility and trickery was timeless. Sort of player that would dominate.
깊은 어둠 속에서
He was the
자신의
fortunate
운명을 기다리고 있는 일
simply known as
그야
Le Cap
끝내 얻게 되리라.
Michel Platini, Jean Tigana,
미래를
Alain Giresse, and Louis Fernandez each brought a Platini.
거짓된 운명이 시작된 그날부터
Done.
우리도 움직이지 못했으나
Forward was expected
시탁은 오직 우리에서만 받을 수 있어.
원탁하이즈 라우레를 보여주던 시탁은
And those awards were awesome. In 1984, he waited on a piece.
저는 과거에 대한
International approach
음.
were treated to be nothing republicly wrong. He's still recovering.
저는 하늘을 위해 자
음.
Playing them, they're embarrassed and collapsed. He was playing toward those pride.
저는
Strong is
미래의 예언을 자
he had
배를
no French would
음.
like time in Iran. Either side of the Euros, France made deep runs.
음.
The 1982 World Cup in Spain, France faced Germany in the semi-final, producing one of the most famous matches in World Cup history.
음.
Along the way, commonly labeled the greatest game of all time, a 1-1 draw in 3-3 and the over. 4 goals in extra time, 2 goals apiece is simply sensational. France, they may not use that word though. They scored twice in the first half, only to concede twice and ultimately lose. And then in 1986, Mexico won.
역시 이것은
Yet again, in Germany was in there. Then Platini was in global image, winner of 3 consecutive Ballon d'Or
일찍이 진실을 찾는 자가
Yes, on that point, Platini also holds the record for the most corruption cases in 11 football governments, winning multiple Ballon d'Or
적재 종류의 방법을 찾았습니다.
Lost Ark,
디아그니스
Bronze Star, and Hart.
예언이
Fast forward to the early 90s,
지 혼자 숨기지 당신에서
beating the
우리가 감히 헤아릴 수 없는
Platini
운명의
became
힘을 느끼고 있습니다.
bronze in the group stage. We've returned to the dark. The FFF then appointed Gerard Houllier to lead the 1994 World Cup qualification campaign. both quite well. And
Holy shit.
in a manner so dramatic, often just referred to as La Tragédie de Novembre, the tragedy of November. Going into the final two
Lord.
1994 qualifiers, France needed just 1 point from their last 2 games, both of which were at the pocket pass to secure a World Cup ticket. The opponents are Israel and Bulgaria, neither of which on paper should have. Well, in the first game, 3-2 Israel. Or, but not disastrous. Bulgaria didn't know what was up. November 7, 1993, 2-1 were Bulgaria. Real life. What made this situation so much was that France took an early lead to Eric Cantona. Bulgaria equalized. Shouldn't have matched. All France needed to do was keep the ball, not do anything safe. They would have gotten their golden. Apparently, nobody told this to winger David Shinola, deep in Bulgaria's corner with seconds left. For some reason, he attempted to cross it, but and counting for the entire team was
이은지가 이런 말을 했었지.
그렇다면
now
이 실타래 숨을 한번 불어보시겠습니까?
in countings of his table to be more than Bulgaria. It also, of course, the allowance for Jen. The goal is right. Nothing more than equating what I made. On the one hand, the math
무언가를 이수하고 있지 않는데
there are many the coach, the French team, infamously labeled to what's unquote.
설마
예. หวางความสุขเหลือเพื่อวัน
TikTok. Showtime.
이건
똑같. 커브라.
실타래가 색상이
이야. จะเป็นตัวเรียนคุณเกิดขึ้นได้จริงเราเป็น
เชี่ยกดผิดและ
เด็กที่จริงที่ประเมินที่
별빛이
ที่ดี
사랑하니 이건
แต่ชุด
디오게네스가
สรุปแล้ว
내게 남겨준 것이 분명해. 디오게네스가
그것은 프로토스께 바친 땅입니다. 하늘께 저희는 TN의 명을 받고 아자키의 힘을 모시러 왔습니다. TN에는 제가 가보겠습니다.
아자키의 시간을 걸어준다니 우리의 언어를 잃은 시 우리는 그분을 위해 거대한 신전을 지었어.
อ๋อนกโพวิออน
พิเศษคนหนักที่ murderer, a friend of but this in his biography, which led to Fidolas suing him for defamation. It was all kind of crazy. France was in their worst period in about 2 decades, something they had to change very, very quickly. First, only 5 years from the tragedy in Iran, they were exposed in 1990. But fear not, unbeknownst to the world at large, the French Football Federation had long known about their shortcomings. Had a few tricks. In the late 70s, just before the Platini Golden Era, French was full authority need and needed to fix the big thing. Two of our players who developed and his final talent was cement, but it needed care. An idea was born which but thereby it was very different than a collective approach to the most crucial years in development. This would then be pipeline these clubs and peak into the nationals. The idea was that in doing so, make every generation of French footballers would be gold. And so in 1998, France opened the Institut National de Football de Classe for simply now on the ground rule of French football. Hosted of this system. Harry Henry. Nicolas Anelka is another name that rings bells. He was actually the bigger talent between the two in those early days. It's not
พ่อ
that
เพื่อน
high level. French just enough. French football federation, but the world was a nationwide
일단 집에
Source
가서
like this is
이야기를 마저 하자꾸나.
stop. The best network. I think you can that is called why
괜히 할 말이 있네
they
말.
naturally bring in the white power.
우리에게
Huge
전달해야
gain
할
from
이야기가
immigrant
무엇일까?
France's overseas
อืม
Ours was that late 90s. French football team only
디오게네스가 실용되기 전날
did they brought
이곳에 있는 유물들에 대해 알려주었지.
red picking up the
그리고
oh where you think on that just list of
이곳의 꽃밭을 지키도록 부탁하더구나.
long
โอ้26,000 โก
what the fuck มาจากไหนอีก
เฮลไงล่ะ
ตัวไหนตัวรองอะนะ
ตัวรอง
ชี่นี่ใช้ได้ใช้ได้เอาไปเคาะขึ้น16401620กันอืม
디오게네스의
음.
아내로 니나보와 자네가 나타난 것이 얼마나 기쁜지 모르겠구만. 디오게네스의 말대로 니나보와 자네가 나타난 것이 얼마나 기쁜지 모르겠구만.
이게 그 나무
อืม
쓰여진 내용은 분명
When spring from the gods from เหลืองชมพูแดงม่วงอืมเป็นเหลืองวะไอ้เหี้ยในสีเหลืองเนี่ยตาบอดสีซะด้วยอย่างนี้เอ้ามันต้องทำอะไรให้ยุ่งยากขนาดนี้แล้วฮะทิ้งแมสเสจเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ย dying message ไอ้สัตว์
너에게 꽃들이 반응하고 있어.
Advanced Honing หรือ Destruction Stone ดิ
โดฮอนนิ่งรีดีไซน์มันต้องเล่นเพลงอะไรนะ เป็นอะไรเนี่ยว่าเนาะ
โอ้ กล่อง Advanced Honing เพียบ
อ๋อไม่ใช่ดิว่าเป็นเพลงอะไรนะ เดี๋ยวนะ เหลืองชมพูแดงม่วงฟัก เดี๋ยวนะเช็คแบบ อืมเดี๋ยวนะทำเพลงไม่ได้ไอ้เหี้ยต้องเป็นนู่นเป็นเหี้ยนี่
74
หืมอะไร74
ชั้น74
อะไร74
เฮลชั้น74
เออผมน่ะไปหยุดอยู่หน้าชั้น98เลยพี่เย้ไม่ถึง100คนที่ไปถึงชั้น100นี่แม่งดวงมึงดีเกินไอ้เหี้ยดีเกินไป
มันไม่ได้โกว่ะ
เพลงนี้เพลงอะไรวะ
Chaos Stone หรือ Advance Chaos Stone นี่มันอะไรวะไอที่มัน
เรีย
Quality
ควอลิตี้อ่ะ
ก็ Advance Honing ดีกว่าดิ
ปิดเพลงไอ้เหี้ยอืมเดี๋ยวนะนี่ก่อนละอืม มากับลูเทอร่าแล้วก็เป็นเพลงของลูเทอร่ายอดไอ้เหี้ย อืม
You looking at me now, are you? You looking at 세상에. 디오니스는 정말 똑똑해. You doing the guy?
아이고.
You doing?
말을 잘하겠지.
그 누구도 기대하고 계시다는 걸 난 알아.
มีคนวิ่งเนื้อเรื่องเหมือนกันเว้ย ดีแต่ฉันจ่าย5,000เพื่อสกิปเนื้อเรื่องอย่างนั้นเหรอฝันไปเถอะแต่คราวหน้าก็กดไหล
하단?
เอ้าดาน
라우리엘. 이곳에서
카다는 디오니스를 만난 거야.
อืม
아이고.
ลึกลับซับซ้อนชิปหายเกมเฮียนี่
어서 들어가 보자.
이 소리는
누군가
고통스러워하고
고통스러워하고
있어.
있어. 디오게네스. 잠깐만 기다려. 우리가 도와줄게. 빛의 창을. 디오게네스.
อ้าวเฮีย
정신 차려봐. 나야 니나부. 디오게네스. 나야 니나부.
니나바, 드디어 나의 침은 끝났다.
เชี่ย
어둠 속에서 오늘이 오늘이었지. 우리가 믿어온 신들은 모두 라우리를 만들어낸 거짓이다. 그 모든 것을 만들었다. 빛의 심판까지도. 날개를 펼친 새가 세상을 부수리라. 시간이 얼마나 지났어. 니나부, 너만이 빛을.
มึงรอมา500 ปีเพื่อตุยไปโดยที่ไม่เป็นประโยชน์อย่างเงี้ยนะโอ้ my god สุดยอดไปเลยหนุ่มอืมอืมอืมอืมมึงไม่คุยกันดีๆวะไอ้เหี้ย อ๋อ โอ้ ฟัก
멀리서 봐도 니나부가 보여서 말일세.
아저씨의 슬픔이 느껴져. 이제 가자. 라우리엘.
หวังว่าลุงจะไม่ไปโผล่คอตายซะนะ
라우리엘. 지금 대신선이겠지. 대신선으로 가자.
ก็เสียได้กินแบบว่าเมาส์เป็นตลอดไปแล้วอีกเกียนี่แบบหนึ่งแล้วก็จบ โอ้ โอเคแองเจิลอีกดันเดียว
아자키엘의 말대로 라우리엘이 무언가 일을 꾸미고 있다면
이곳은 기도하는 곳이 니네가 기다리고 있었다.
라우리엘 솔직하게 이야기해줘. 디오게네스에게 들었어. 네가 엘가시아에서 하고 있는 일을.
니네가 너는 어릴 적부터 호기심이 많은 아이였지. 그리고 나 역시 너에게 언제나 그런 마음이 소중해야 말했다. 니네가 내가 너에게 루페온의 어떤 지혜를 가르쳐줬지.
빛과 질서이시오. 그리고 아크시아의 창조주.
그래. 루페온께서는 언제나 빛으로 라지니스를 불러주신다. 그러니 우리는 그저 믿고 따르기만 하면 된다고 했었지. 하지만 이놈 내가 너에게 거짓을 가르쳤다. 빛이 들인 그 의지에 진실이 가려져 있다는 것을 알았어.
เอ้ยไม่ใช่อยากได้ในเรื่องแพทหน้าแล้วอะสงสัยมากเลย
이제는 마주할 시간이구나.
이 공간은
이곳은 한 오래된 유산이다. 시간과 공간을 넘어드는 그들은 이렇게 부른다고 하고 겨울아
เฮ้ยระบบมาเวล
이곳이 하루를 유적이라고. 한쪽은 과거에 사라졌어. 루페온께서 돌아셨잖아.
그래 아그를 다음 주에 면접하고 말았지.
fuck
그런 하나님께 대응하기 위해
อืม
라자니스의 아이를 그 대가로 우리의 프로키우 언어를 잃었고
라즈니스도 형을 받았잖아. 다시는 날 수 없도록 나에게 이르 빛의 형을. 루페온께서는 라즈니스를 위해 엘시아를 보여주셨어. 그것은 라즈니스를 향한 루페온의 배려이자 사랑이야.
어이비 여긴 새를 자신의 아몬에 가두어놓는 것은 진정한 사랑이라 수 있는가. 역사에 기록된 진실을 알려주지.
And that a few harsh mating years when he was translated even harsher. Russian. I should go.
오른쪽 빛의 칠성이 라즈니스에게 내려꽂힌다. 아름다웠던 나에게 그의 빛이
Comes up to me screaming in my into this first goal.
You were told
그에게 주기이지.
incredible, especially for Mason.
예수는 라즈니스에게 자비를 베풀 생각이 없어.
For love.
Think I'm the manager. I think I'm
단편의 기회를 주었어.
losing a game. And I'll do some any given
영수는 지키겠다는
You want to get back into
약속을
the game, haven't you?
이어서
Once for 8 years.
그 대가로 우리는 종족의 미래를 이루는다. 모두에게 허락된 공물책을 마저 받아들였지. 우리는 세상의 것이다. 실, 대가 없는 배를 하지 않는 우리의 기억에서 잊혀졌으군. 그러나 누군가는 수많은 희생과 피, 그 대가를 치렀어. 기억해야 한다. 니가
อย่าลืมไปจีบ NPC นะพี่ดอย
나는 이 교도 속을 헤매여 진실을 찾기 시작했다. 그리고 마침내 목도했다. 카제로스가 부활하고 엘가시아가 붕괴하는 일을 그 시절 새로운 영웅이 떠오르는 순간부터였지. 지금은 놓친다면 다가올 일은 치면으로 카제로스가 부활하기 전에 아크시를 정화해야 한다.
그게 무슨 말이야?
내 의지는 빛의 층을 가르는 힘. 나는 지상의 모든 악마들을 수면시킬 것이다.
그럼 사람들이
미래를 희생이 만든다. 니가
Then the fight of Galen Power.
So black. Hey. So I legit.
나와 함께하자. 니가
라운이
여긴 어디지? 여기는 대체 어딜까?
All brought to you by guides. Joining us this week, Chelsea in England led.
여긴 평화로운
What we do for that people to tell you at Chelsea. What do we join a bit. Yeah, please.
내 이야기를
Bit
하는
for
건가?
kind of when you're out of the game.
อืม
Certainly is that. Or you're at Everton. Nice to hear it. Awakening.
오늘도
We didn't realise.
엘가시는 평화롭습니다.
Basically, boy was up your age at that point.
여기 있어.
3 or 4 now. Because even when present, really a few other bits. When you're unemployed, full time, everyone thinks you're available every. Gotta go do this, being at home. Yeah, being happy out of watching football.
Has it changed in terms of whether you want to go back to management or think that?
เอ๊ะ
내가 보이지 않나 봐.
이따가
나는
좀
이렇게
쳐볼래?
Biggest.
정책이 있으니까 같이 가자.
When you work
라우리, 엘리베이터로 이야기 듣고 왔구나.
or you low. Shoot. Probably the best thing I think about experience. You get better. But I think it's learning to manage your parts. The result. Then no pressure. So I think it's
이수가
I mean,
อืม อืม
you had moments like
하늘에서 들리는 건가? 뭐지?
왠지
뭔가 하늘이 이상해.
진동이 느껴져.
땅이
easy.
흔들리고 있어.
Shows.
5 ทุ่มแล้วเนี่ยว่ะลืมไอ้นี่เลย ต้องไปคราฟอาหาร
세상에.
Just you.
저게 뭐지?
เราไปลอส
Easy. Want to regain. Patient.
인과율 재설정 일어나세요. 완료. 라우리 새로운 가능성의
여기
창을 재생합니다.
You know what? The challenge.
방금 무슨 일이 일어난 거야?
think of the
อืม อืม
Like if you
아까와는 분위기가 달라. 이 어둠의 기운.
ปิ้ง
check.
아리아노브가 이런 광경은 처음 봐.
Like,
엘가시아가
Later.
라우리님 와주셨군요.
Really good.
기운이 계속해서
악마들이 침공하고 있습니다. 저쪽에서 프리우라님이
음.
Agents never to get paid. Five minutes.
나 대신
음.
남아 있어.
เอ้ย3 วันมันจะหมดแล้วนี่หว่าไอ้มาลากากาก้าของเรา
อื
เนี่ย
มไออีเวนต์ซัมเมอร์นะ
ใช่
ไหลแร่ของครบหมดแล้ว
ครบ
ครบแล้วเดี๋ยวอีเวนต์ใหม่จะมาแล้วไงมันพุธแล้วก็อะไรวะสวดมนต์ว่าคนในปาร์ตี้จะดวงดีให้มันกดได้แบบเงินเยอะ
อืม
Which is
น้องให้มันแบก
싸우고 싸워도
ๆอีมันสุ่มเงินได้เท่ากันทั้งปาร์ตี้
should
ใครเปิดกล่องก็บวยคนนั้นละฮะ
then see
เหรียญไม่ได้อยากอะไรมันเหมือนกับไอีการเดียนไอีมอนฮัน
university and sort of having, you know, cumulative links to whoever to
놈이
me that's done the
이쪽으로
role.
도착했어.
Probably almost about sort of finish it. There's almost machinery on what Bill Penrose did. They're sort of there. And I always had the feeling, I don't know if you felt the same when Denise and Kent Michael couldn't go the game and people were asked to resign. I used to read up these that. Was the feeling almost needed to be in some check put under some wet stage. Feeling your label stay in
우리를 왜 버리신 겁니까?
Wales.
I think there would have been a bit of
왜
time
아크라시아의 혼돈을
different.
지켜보고 계신 겁니까?
우리가 틀렸어.
뒤에
I think some of it was
아크라시아에는 카단이 필요해.
determination to see it through. But strong. I like
세상을 위해서 준 것은 두렵지 않습니다.
and work.
노력했습니다.
Beneath all their shit. If you buy which
157번째 가능성의 정원을 제시합니다.
but they could have
인과율 재설정 완료.
say
새로운
일어나세요.
가능성의
라우렐리.
정원을
then
제시합니다.
good nature to try.
Wasn't you that English
루페.
China?
อืม
I mean, what was life for you in you look
과거의
스테이지.
에바시아라니.
ว่าปวดขี้ออกมา
저쪽에
오신 것을 환영합니다.
이 큐브는 너에게만 반응하는 것 같아. 여보, 대신은 어떻게 된 거지?
อืมอ่าปลอดมากอืม
우리의 죄를 사하소서. 아, 라우리엘님,
부디
그렇게 해주시군요.
우리 자유로워야 성벌이 풀리는 거겠죠. 기도드립니다. 라우리엘님.
아그래
구하소서, 용서하소서.
과거의 라제니스들은 다들 이곳에서 기도하고 있었던 거야. 이유야.
안정성 복구 교육 체계가 완료되었습니다.
여기는 아까랑 똑같아.
가디언들, 이제 아버지만 돌아왔어. 와주셔서 고맙군요. 감사합니다, 아이들이. 이제 곧 날 찾는다고 생각하니 기쁩니다. 라우라님, 와주셨군요.
라우리엘님. 라우리엘님이 대답을 안 해주셨어.
신의 내에서부터 우리를 용서할 생각이 없었다.
네?
เลยสเปียร์เหมือนกับสายฟ้าสูงสุด
당신의 답인가? 로페온. 용서받지 못한다면 스스로 구원할 수밖에.
오리 외부의 계획으로 큐브를 정리합니다.
일어나라. 정신 차려.
아까 본 것들 기억해.
왔군. 계획을 죽인다. 이 얘기가 길어지지.
ฮ้ยคามา
빛이시여,
빛이
내가 지켜주소서.
이 죄를 사하여 주소서. 무사하시군요. 다행입니다. 어서 오십시오. 이곳은 명예의 도서관입니다. 두 분의 소식이 끊어진 이후 라우리엘이 갑작스럽게 움직이기 시작했습니다.
아자키.
อะไรเนี่ยโอ้ยมีคนซื้อด้วย
이 사람아, 숨은 이렇게 주는 거야.
2 ชั่วโมง
아자키. 지금 좌절하고 있을 시간이 없어.
내가 좀 빨리 알아챘다면
고마워.
니네의 말이 맞습니다. 라우리를 막아야 합니다.
티는 지금 어디에 있지? 우리는 티의 꿈을 가야 해.
티의 본 것은 지물실에 가져있어.
어서 티의 교실로 가보자.
어서 오십시오. 우리의 역사를 잊지 않고 기억해야 돼. 루비 형께서는 우리를 지켜주고 계십니다.
루페께서는 언제나 XlIZ를 돌봐주시지요. 티의 없으면
저는 왜 티에는 아직 이 사실을 모르고 있을 겁니다.
예약자들에게 신분에 대한 얘기를 들었어.
신문 라오님이 그런 돌아오셨습니다. 이대로면 티에가 좀 위험해질 수 있습니다. 비행님은 진정하십니까? 시간이 없습니다. 틀레튼, 저희에게는 의심하는 것마저도 죄입니다.
มีคนวิ่งเนื้อเรื่องเหมือนกันด้วยดี ใครเนี่ย
우리 모두 라우리에게 속아왔어.
라우리의 군사를 이끌고 빛의 심판이 필레이소스 산으로 향했습니다. 그것은 라제니스의 검이 가진 권한입니다.
อืม
뒤에 아직 결정을 하지 못했다. 이미 말하지 않나. 오랜 시간 식탁이 내려오지 않고 있다는 것을. 하지만 중요한 결정은 가연기를 할 수밖에 없다. 거짓된 운명으로부터 벗어나야 우리가 관계를 되찾을 수 있으니 우리는
라우리엘님과 함께
선택해야 한다.
이미 떠나셨습니다.
라우리엘은 티에와 함께 카이드를 향한 거야.
필레이소스 산은 검의 맹에 의해 지켜질 곳입니다.
라우리엘이 돌이킬 수 없는 일을 저질렀어.
니나 일어나자. 니나. 안 되겠습니다. 필레이소스 산. 빛께서 여러분과 함께하시길.
여기서부터는 중심으로 있는 라우리엘이 규칙의 그 모든 상황들을 보았다면 우리가 어떻게 움직일지 알고 있을지 몰라.
시간 멈추십시오. 라우리엘이 길을 비춰주고 이곳은 가연기로 가는 길로 이 말씀드린 바와 같습니다. 감히 내게 따라 통과시켜드릴 수는 없습니다.
약속을 지켜라 라우리엘. 다들 비켜라. 문을 열어라.
올바른 선택을 할 거다. 뒤는
이것이 필레이소스 산입니다.
검은 맹에게
모두들 정신 차려. 서둘러 부상자들을 옮겨라.
헬리테 이곳의 라제니스들이 모두 상처 입고 쓰러져 있어.
검은 매니아를 모셔가 이런 짓을 저지르니 그게 아니라면 돌아가서 모든 걸 바로잡으셨고 왜 다들 수고야만 했던 것을 마무리한다면
지상에서 외고이군요.
อืม
부상당한 이들이지.
모두 아제니스의 검의 말을 들어줘. 모두에게 말할 것이 있어.
우리는 오랜 시간 이곳을 지킴으로써 빛을 전하는 신성한 의무를 삼았습니다.
저 건물의 주인은 피해를 수산이야.
대체 라우리엘님은
라우리엘이 이곳을 지나간다.
อืม
새로 연락을 취해보았습니다만 아직 응답이 없습니다.
아무리 봐도 이상합니다. 라우리엘님이 맹약을 어기고 안쪽까지 입구에서 일어난 일에 대해서 들으셨지 않습니까? 지상에서 왔다던 인간이라고. 그분은 언제나 빛의 앞에서 따라오셨네. 이번 또한 루페오의 인도일 것이요. 어떻게 여기까지?
티코는 과거 나와 함께했던 아제니스야.
칼리스가 과거에서의 진실을 전했을 때 믿지 않았네.
피해를 수산은 사모만 경계를 둘러싸인 곳이 티폰이 도와준다면 불필요한 싸움을 피할 수 있어. 길을 따라 이동하자. 안쪽으로 가면 프레테의 장면이 나오자.
계속 저는 불안하지만요.
โอ้ยอย่างไกลเลยเกงเจ้าตัวเชี่ยเต่า
ตัวรองนี่ต้องไปนั่งทำโซโล่ปะเนี่ย
หืมอะไรนะ
ตัวรองต้องไปนั่งทำโซโล่วิก
ทำดิทำไม่ทำได้ไงอะมันมีเงิน
หมายถึง
우리가 늦어버렸어.
ไออาคารเฮียอะไรเนี่ย
มันได้เงินนะพี่ยกเว้นพี่จะจ่ายตังค์ซื้อเงินอย่างเดียวก็เรื่องของพี่
มึงก็มาตอบบอกดิวะ
เล่นเองบ้าง
ลืมเว้ย
เปิดแมคโครดีวะ
ทำไมเราไม่เปิดชีตวะ
빛의 길이
เปิด
열려버렸어.
แมคโครดีวะ
내가 도움이 될 때가 왔군.
เฮียมันก็คือมาโครในไฟนอลอะ
잠깐, 이게 무슨 짓들인가? 그만두게! 이곳에 접근하는 자는 신분을 막론하고 처치하라는 명령. 침입자들을 제거해라.
แมคโรมีทุกอย่าง
แต่แมคโครมันเหมือนเกมเอทนะ มันจะทำแค่สัปดาห์แรกแล้วมันจะไม่อัปเดตแล้ว
อ๋อไม่โซโล่ชีตอะเหมือนกันหมด
진영이 무너졌어. 테르의 정
นั่นแหละ
ก็อาทิตย์ที่แล้วกูนั่งผ่านเบลฟาฮาร่างกากก็ชีตเทียนี่แหละโซโล่
ก็ใช่หมายถึงว่านั่นแหละไอ้แมคโครมันเหมือนกับเกมเอทอะสแตทมันออกมาสัปดาห์แรกแล้วมันจะไม่อัปเดตแล้วถ้าเกิดว่ามีทริคอะไรนอกจากนั้นมันจะต้องไปดูพวกสตรีมเมอร์หรืออะไรอย่างอื่นละ
라제니스들이
다들 이게 무슨 일인가?
ตัวหลักเราต้องเข้าไปเล่นด้วยไหม
อะไรอะ
โซโล่พวกเนี้ยดีเจียน
ก็ลงหมดแล้วนี่
อ๋อ
ลงให้ได้โกครบ3พอส่วนตัวหลัก
ครั้งแล้ว
ลงให้ได้โกครบ3ครั้งต่อสัปดาห์ส่วนตัวหลักอะ
강제로
ถ้าเกิดสมมุติได้โกครบ3แล้วยังมีแอค4เหลืออยู่ที่มันโซโล่ได้ก็ไปลงไม่ใช่แอค4เทียร์4มันมีโอกาสดรอปสมุดส้มที่เป็น
위해선 열쇠가
พวกสมุดดาเมจมันแพง
저는 한 번도 들어본 적 없는 이야기.
เล่มประมาณ750หนึ่งเอ็นเกรฟใช้20เล่ม ไปหาดรอปเนี่ยตามอีเวนต์บ้างอะไรบ้าง จริงๆถ้าเกิดมีเงินเหลือจะสังเกตเห็นอีเวนต์ช็อปอะไรวะ ทวิงเกิลเอ็กเชนมันจะให้เอาเงิน40,000ไปสุ่มสมุดส้มได้ไม่ใช่40,000หรอกเล่มละ20,000แต่จะได้อะไรไม่รู้นะ
가양 길로 가실 생각이십니까? 길을 열기 위해서는 모두의 도움이 필요하다.
라오리, 저희는 빛의 따릅니다.
저희를 움직일 수 있는 건 오로지 여러분이십니다. 그런가 안타깝군. 라우리, 잠깐만. 그 이름을 말하지 않았다면 좋았을 것이.
Remember, the last one in.
누군가 엑스를 대답해줘.
저기
The last.
무슨 소리가 들렸습니다.
이곳은 라우리의 공격을 받았습니다.
Give me just keep since.
저는 크로니스 크라테르 전당에서 성욕을 관찰하고 있습니다.
We were just looking up. Yo, looking for 6. We have a. It used to be a company of an old majority order.
빛께서 당신을 비춰주시길.
이건
Right there. Also,
นั่นแหละเกมนี้มันมีแบบว่าไอ้พวกของเป็นเควสนู่นนี่นั่นคอลเลกติเบิลอะไรที่ไปเก็บใช่ไหมยิ่งเก็บตัวก็ยิ่งเก่งตามเลเวลไอดีว่าก็ไปวิ่งเล่นซะนะถ้าเกิดไม่เกลียด
오지.
빛의
맞습니다.
but
빛의 눈은
โอ้โหหน้าตาอย่างกับเอเลี่ยนไอ้เหี้ย
세상을 다스리기 위해 창조하신 것. 라우리엘이 이를 이용한다면 강대한 빛의 힘을 얻게 될 것입니다.
하얀 게 보여야 해.
서둘러야겠군요.
เกียงเจ้ายันเกียว
구조도에서 예상치 못한 부분이 말씀드리려 합니다.
broke my leg.
라우리엘
I not
끝내
people. Yeah.
영원히 전멸하군요.
라우리의 하얀 게 결국 행복할 수 있게
And
쫓아내.
수비를 전달해두겠네.
me too.
니나무님과 아자케는 자네가
우리 별자리 탐구로 먼저 가서
Then
상황을
year
확인해.
later,
니나무님
a little bit. Break it. Reset. Maybe you.
จริงๆถ้าอยากโซเชียลมันจะมีพวกอีเวนท์ที่อยู่ซ้ายบน มีคนเล่นตลอดว่างๆก็โดดไปด้วยก็ได้มีโอกาสตกพวกคอลเลกติเบิลโอ้ยพวกเชี่ยวไปนี่ ตัวบางจังวะไม่ไหวตายเลย
Really
Are your mates? Actually, yeah, well, check it out. Oh, yeah. You do good.
โอ้บางจับ
Hey,
ชื่อเฮ้ยพวกตัวดาเมจแม่ง
listen. This thing. Would you be like such an old guy describing your
Exactly.
โอ้ยเฮียโอ้แหลกเลยวะ
하늘이 티 너의 것이
지금 다 안다. 라우리엘.
기다리고 있었다. 선을 받은 자. 이제 단둘이 이야기할 수 있게.
What's the answer? You tell me. Who's on? You mean you moved to 6? It's about when you first got body.
So my brother was 3 years older than he became really big, and I don't. Yeah.
나를 믿고 너의 세상이 우리였다면 나는
여기 있었구나.
우리의 시체를 보고 라우리엘과 만나셨다니.
Thanks.
손들이 잘 된다. 말도 안 돼.
School went on play every day. He we fought, next day, we moved,
อืม
we missed, we moved.
강화된 라제니스들의 기운이 심상치
What's the
않습니다.
magic?
제가 스크롤을 만드는 동안 시간을 벌어주십시오.
holy shit
You're in and around.
โอ้หิวอีกแล้ว
뭔가 찾은 거야? 라우리의 금기의 스크롤을 완성하기 위해서
다 되었습니다. 이 스크롤을 수습시키는 조금 떨어지지만 성능은 보장할 수 있습니다. 푸른 존재들이 그럼 그동안 사셨던 라제니스들이
Let's play the kiss and then
อยู่ใกล้ๆก็ไปเดิน อยู่ใกล้ๆก็ไปเดินเกมนี้วาร์ปอย่างเดียว
ปลาด
ตัวรองได้ตีบวกบ้างเนี่ย
ตีนิดหน่อย
ออกไปเรื่อยๆ1620ไม่ไกลมั้ง
서로 피를
ไกลจะตาย
막아야 합니다.
ดวงแม่งไม่ดี
อ้าวแปะไอ้เหี้ยโดนกู
스크롤을 찢어주시면 됩니다.
우리는 서로 적이 아니야.
ของในกล่องแล้วเงินหายไปไหนก็วางไว้วันก่อนเอาไปเคาะที่สไลเยอร์
지금이야. 어서
ดวงไม่ดีเหมือนกัน
이곳엔 그 누구도 들이지 말라. 라우리의 명령입니다.
제발 비켜줘.
เรียกเพื่อน
처음 뵙겠습니다. 선택받은 자. 저는 이곳을 지키는 갈레네라고 합니다.
이것이 바로 별자리 창군의 대우주 오르페우스를 관측하기 위해 만든 것입니다.
อ้าวเมื่อกี้กูฟิออน
별자리
all the
천국의
rest of the
힘이
soul. Then when you get to the age, I mean, it's not. Is this my? Sort of 13, 14 when I was playing for England, as a late developed physically, getting bigger. So I didn't have sort of the pace or the to running behind us. So I'm more of a between the lines.
천국은 피네리스 산의 근처가 되겠어.
But yeah,
엘리시아가
still deserve
태양계를
우리에게
이어진
유일한
유일한
빛이
that. Be shipped the inside. Yeah.
뭔가 소리가 들려와. 이 소리를
그곳에 있는 아이를
뒤에
피할 수 없는 싸움이면
우리
죽을 것을 권하지.
Man, still live for 50 quid a week, you know? Man, I'm a little bit here, groceries, build bridge. Like old friends around. I'm always like training. Sick. When you want, wasn't. This was
ไอ้เชี่ยเนื้อเรื่องที่นี่มี4 ดันเลยเหรอไม่กอด
finished. Locker. Brother was ASAP. He speaks.
저길 봐. 걔네들이 살았어.
It's a week better. Look. They like
이제 안으로 들어가 보자.
2 years. Had to the lady. Was it back midfielder? This time field play. So I went
내
non-league.
생각에는
League.
อืม
결계를 파괴해야 해.
Check in my
내가 길을 내게.
sports. But try. Baby.
가자.
You went.
อืม
I bought pizza. Friends. No, you. Where you go? Go me. Let's.
모두 비켜줘.
พูดปากไอ้พวกเวน
주인을 만나겠어. 비켜줘, 다들.
โอ้โอ้ยบางชิบหายเลย
I'm only towards the road. We didn't know. Move too far. Then you have choice. I do.
เดี๋ยวคีแองเจิลอีกดันหนึ่งไม่กอดอ้วก
길이 막혔어. 도움이 필요해.
So yes. Yeah. Well. You, you know, we talk about resource. You know, yeah.
อืม
The way he got him at this
ไอ้พวกเวน
greens,
ตีไม่ได้หยุด
his minerals,
유감은 네 손이
but
โอ้ไปเจอกูในคีแองเจิลไอ้เหี้ย
you, you want to
อ
playing it. Yeah,
내가 패배했다면 그것이 그렇게 책임진 것이겠지.
Feels about it. Feel. What do you get? He's up. If these new daily greens comes up right now in stores.
어리석게 죽는 순간부터
ไอ้โง่ไอ้เหี้ย
라우에게 이미 하얀 열어진다.
죽는 순간마저 선택하지 않는다.
You can feel people.
라우디의 힘이 하얀 길을 향했어.
만든
가야는 자 라오는 빛이 진행을 받아낼 거다.
이게 나 네. 이거 이게 딱 부는 게 It's outcome being like you. We used to work.
팀이 길에서 쓰는 시즌이라면 안심할 수 있어.
Foods.
이제 하얀 길을 갈 수
Your
있어.
play.
알비오를 줄게.
เหี้ยขนาดมึงไอ้เหี้ยกลุ่มพลังของไซเดเรียล7 คนมาจากคาดาน 99% เหี้ย
와주구나, 알비오.
You
ม้ามังกร
get magic. You know. You didn't know. Big. I knew, but I didn't know. The big block. This is 8.
ถึงแล้วนี่หว่าถึงแล้วสุดท้ายสักที
You learn that really quickly.
2 ชั่วโมงกว่านิด2 ชั่วโมงนิดๆ1 เนื้อเรื่องแม่งทำมาตรฐานดีนะจริง
이곳은 빛의 길.
Nice.
하얀 길이 시작되는 곳이야. 이곳은 건너기 위해서 시험을 거쳐야 해.
นะเป็นเลดก็เจอเคียไทนิสก่อนชิดกูถึงว่าล่ะทำไมเอ้ยเอาเวียนตามมาด้วยไอ้น้อง
싸워주고 있어. 고마워, 알비온.
Fight boys. What's up? Yes, the feeling, improvement. That's what I want. You know, wherever I always want straight away. So it wasn't. We were trying to let me think. And then the only things.
โอ้ยตีแรงกันจังวะ
You know, play that.
기승자의 다리를 건너야 해.
Now, did you enjoy the quality? Yeah, that new was it. I didn't mind it. Yeah, I know.
ไอ้เชี่ยนี่มันฟางจัด ฟางยังกับรีปเปอร์
Similar to the with what your thought and how we will it's based on
알비온을 부르고 있어.
괜찮아요.
에버그레이스에 가봐.
นี่น้องน่ารักพ่อใหญ่เรียกเฮีย
가양계를 지키는 수호자들이 우리 공격을 조심해야 해.
มึงปล่อยให้ไอ้นั่นเข้าไปแต่ไอ้นี่โอ้โหแรงเกินไอ้เหี้ยเกินไปพี่บ่าวตัวนี่กูนี่แหละเกินไปเหี้ยบางเกินมันก็นี่เนื้อเรื่องนี้ยังขนาดนี้เนื้อเรื่องต่อไปจะขนาดไหน
วายอะไรวะเนี่ย
โอ้ชิดแรงหายโอ้ที่ไหนวะเนี่ยเฮ้ของก็ตีมันแล้วนะเฮ้ยแรงเกินไปไหมอ่ะจะว่าไปที่มีเสียชนแบบนี่เลยว่ะยิงกดลงนอร์มอนก็น่าจะพอเล่นแค่ในเรื่อง
앞에 있는 거대한 문을 열면 나아갈 수 있어.
จบในเรื่องน่าจะได้สัก166เมื่อไหร่เลเวลไอดีจะถึง200โอ้ my god อะไร
มาแล้วเดสตักชั่นเมกใช้ทีเลียนคือไอ้เฮี้ยนี่ใช่ไหมน่าใช่
건너갈 방법이 있어.
มันวนๆกันอยู่ไม่กี่ตัว
연결할게.
ส่วนมากไอ้พวกเอฟเฟกต์ตัวไอ้นี่พิเศษมันจะคล้ายๆกันบางตัวสแต็กเกอร์บางตัวเดสทรัคชั่นบางตัวดาเมจอะไร
โอ้ยไม่เจอ
ไอ้นกเฮียไปโอ้ชิตโอ้ตายหรือแรงเกินใจเย็นชิตเกินไปไอ้เหี้ยตัวมันบางอยู่แล้วจนเสือกกดมาแบบไม่ดูตาม้าตาเรือ
Ooh. and I built
โอ้ my god
a relationship, even though he lost.
เว้ยอย่าไปยุ่งกับกูไอ้พวกเหี้ยใส่หัวไป
He had his way. It's long, but the moment he
장치를
left,
이용하면 칼날을 할 수 있어.
in a way, he won't
โอ้ชิด
play. Rightly so. This. If I tell you, that means we know that. You would want. Don't think it. You should. What conversation would you have with Gordon Lowe? What would they be like? For a debate stuff. You mean,
빛의 수호자들은 하늘길을 지키고 있어.
이제 적의 공격이
because
커졌고
the most when
ๆรีแอคแท็กอาร์เกสสตองเกอร์ยังแรงกว่านี้อีกอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยแค่นี้กูจะอ้วกอะนะ
they won't pick me, and I'm saying, right, let's do it, and I'm saying, and they say, no. Well, okay, well, that. 30 weeks.
โอ้ยังมีเหี้ยนี่อีกพ่อมึงเถิดคนลองเลยโอ้เอ๊ะแรงเกิดเชี่ยแรงโอ้ยเชิดคนแรงเกินพี่เปล่าใจเย็นนะอาจจะไม่แรงก็ได้ตัวกูบางขอโทษ
In the league, that you would have been on the level of I think players off.
ไปเห็นเถอะ
No? Couldn't see you. What year was Dennis?
นี่กูก็ตีขอบมาแล้วนะ
Well, that's thinking, yeah. Dennis. Yeah. Players. Yeah.
괜찮아? 다치지 않아서 다행이야.
โอ้ my god โอ้ my god เยอะเกียอะไรขนาดนั้นสัตว์โอ้ย
And was Yes.
도착했다.
이제 빛의 길 끝에 닿았어. 정나라를 거쳐가려면 타이거를 불러야 돼. 하늘의 길을 나가는 숨이 필요해. 조금만 버텨줘.
โอ้ป้อมอีกโนเกียไปนะโอ้โหว้าวอีกดี
What happened?
อ้าวไอ้เหี้ย
Without
อุ้ยเชี่ยปักลาก่อนอีนกเวน
카야만을 가기 위해 정말을 거쳐야 돼. 바람이 불안정한 곳이니까 떨어지지 않게 조심해.
อ๋อ
เฮียลืมไปเลยท่าตา
ไปลงอะไรวะเนี่ยอาคารอ่ะ
อาหาร
เฮ้ยเกรดไหนนะเกรด3
สุดท้ายแล้ว
ตัวยังไม่ถึง1,600ใช่ไหม
อย่าง
검은 다이나와 일이 우릴 추격해오고 있어. 누군가의 조종을 받는 것 같아.
โอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้
โอ้ป้อม
โอ้เอเลี่ยน
แปะโอ้ยเชี่ย
Pre-season. I remember.
จริงๆกดแค่หนอมันก็พอกดฮาร์ดทำไมแปะแปะไอ้คัตซีนเมื่อกี้ข้ามมาเกิดอะไรขึ้นจำได้แค่ปีศาจบุก
주변에 검은 회오리가 소환되고 있어. 조심해.
มามึงกับกูแหละไอ้สัตว์ แปะโอ้โหแรงจัดไอ้สัตว์เอ้ยไอ้เกี้ยอะไรวะนั้นอ๋อแน่ละดันแม่งให้ลงกัน4 คนกูเสือกกดโซโล่
ไอ้เคงเจ้าฮาร์ดเหรออยากไปด้วยอยากได้ปีก
อ่ะไม่เล่นเนื้อเรื่องอยู่ แต่ว่ามันเป็นเนื้อเรื่องไอ้ช่วงไอ้นั่นแหละเคงเจ้าแหละโอ้เชี่ย
So they won't sell me to it. You forced it.
โอ้แต่เคงเจ้าฮาร์ดแม่งเพียนแต่ถ้าเกิดดาเมจล้นไม่เป็นไรหรอก
이쪽으로 건너와.
Yeah. Really good. Well, oh. Leave bought me for 2. I was. Sorry.
เอาตัวหลักพี่ดอยไปตั้งห้อง
Prof. Was good.
Did you prefer?
멈춰라. 뒤따라가겠다.
โอ้โหมีเป็นล้าน
Good. No. Good. You took like not in the league. See. So he was the top
เชี่ย
scorer.
ขนาดแม่งตึงเกินพี่บ่าว
We both went down.
จะโหดไปไหนไอ้เหี้ย
He scored 24 goals. The league in total, the 30 with all the cup. We went to the red. We lost that again. Argentina. Español. I need to
ได้น้อง
So there was lots of problems at the club. Certain players were not certain players. So
고마워 페리로이.
Chile Hill. You remember Chile Hill? He went to jail.
ได้หน้าที่ไม่ใช่ทูน่า
So stuff. So we went down.
ไม่หิวให้น้องเหรอ
They won.
เคียงเจ้าขยันเกียวขยันเจียว
The Super Six $1 million still here, waiting to be won. No one got all 6 weekends to them over. Keep doing so and won. It's completely free to play. Just predict 6 goals this weekend. Could become $1 million. Super Six play for free. Jimmy, you moved to Holland 6 when you first got football over that.
So my brother who was 3 years old.
โอ้ยก็เยอะเองเลย
Really?
อ๋อเกียอยู่ไอบักไอสัตว์มันตีน
Yeah. So
เกียอะไรวะเนี่ยเกียนเด้อ
when he stopped, I also,
What the fuck
you know how it is. It's not cool that brother the other play with mate to up bad and a bench was allowed to play football with it. Go first, you know. So I had to go and go for the
นี่แหละบักปะเนี่ยหายละ
That was really what
แล้วบอสเลือดเกียอะไร850หลอดคือเกิดเกียอะไรขึ้น What
he did.
เจออะไร
He did it
แปลก
next and
ๆหายไปเนี่ย
team were not was really
สรุปพี่บ่าวจะมีเลือดเท่าไหร่ครับ
old. Here we go. Shake. Realize he's good.
โอ้หล่นไม่หยุดเลย
What
เดินสบายหน่อยก็ไม่ได้
playing? We had both the ball.
โอ้ต้องตีไอ้เฮียในอีกตัวเวอร์บอย2 ตัวโอ้ my god
Well, 13 drops to
เฮ้ยอยู่ไอบักเลือดกับบักเหลวเนี่ย
บักของเก่ง
I was
เพิ่งหลอดเลือดทะลุจอพี่ดอยเจออะไรแปลกๆแล้ว
we just never. Hey. Here. Leave.
โอ้แรงก็เชื่อ
George. Well. Different part. Coaching. Good. Even up. Team. Team.
เอ๊ะหรือเพราะว่าของแตกวะแม่งก็เลยบาง แม่งก็เลยบางเป็นพิเศษ
That's how they. Big game.
You can say that. We will come to a good bet. We will come into. There's also this thing of Dutch and play different position. They do. They make in Holland and
เรื่องของมึงเลยเล่นแรงโอ้ยหลอดเลือดบอสบักอีกแล้วโว้ยโอ้ยเชี่ยพ่อมึงอะอะไรทำที่อะไร
You're on the right thing, or you lane. That is that.
อะไรแล้ว
But you enjoy.
หายบักแล้วเวลาครับพี่บ่าวอ๋อแคลสเลย
조심해. 방패에서 강한 힘이 느껴져. 수호자가 던진 방패를 파괴시켜야 해.
ชั้น
지금이야. 방패를 들면 고대 기사들의 공격을 막을 수 있어.
แปะขอบคุณที่โยนโล่มาให้ใช้โอ้
They do differently. In Holland, maybe you'll just come to Egypt. What is it? You know?
조심해. 방패에서 강한 힘이 느껴져. 수호자가 던진 방패를 파괴시켜야 해. 지금이야. 방패를 들면 고대 기사들의 공격을 막을 수 있어.
On the right thing, or you lane.
มา สักทีไอสัตว์แม่งบักทั้งดันลีเฮีย
성공이야. 고대 기사들의 시험을 통과했어. 이제 감시탑으로 이동하자.
กูมั่นใจว่าไอเฮียทางเฮียนี้ไม่ได้ถูกออกแบบมาไว้อย่างนี้ตั้งแต่แรกแน่นอน
이 힘은 감시탑 위에서 프리무라의 기운이 느껴져.
When you get to the age,
글라즈니스의 해방이 머지지 않았습니다. 우리의 빛을 그림자를 들여온 자
sort of 13, 14, when I'm in England,
당신도
people
허락하지 않겠습니다.
อวดดี เจอกูอีดอก
Yeah, and then came from a reserve. Yeah, that was the inside. Yeah.
Yo, go. Brilliant. Was you always in the earlier year? Not in the field.
있으니까 A가시를 지킬 것입니다.
มาดิวะโอ้สัตว์ อุ้ยเฮียไม่น่ากดฮาร์ดเลย โอ้ชิตบัคเฮียอะไรผมแม่งมีเรื่องที่แบบโอ้ยลืมหมดแล้วด้วยเมกไอสัตว์ โอ้เหลืองทั้งตัว
And then I know agent.
อ่า
No.
โอ้ชิตของแตกรอดเฮ้ย โอ้ยิงโดนอีก
당신의 죽음을 받아들이세요.
Then I move. Probably wait for that. When you want it.
You know the move.
Yeah, what's the wave? And very wisdom. We didn't know it. Move. And then make it go up. Keep still in. Look. So. No, yeah.
잔인한 실수. 결국 제 마지막 소망마저 무너뜨리는군요. 하지만 라우리엘님,
Good for
당신 뜻은
focus.
이루어질 것입니다.
Yeah.
Nickel. And
라우리엘이 원하는 미래 모두를 하늘로 몰고 있어. 그를 막아야 해.
เย้ยอ๋อไหมเนี่ย กดซ่อมของนั่นเอง
Listen. Oh. You know, you need to. Yeah. The way Gary Neville's
ขอบคุณค่าเดี๋ยวบอกตอนนั้นขอยังเงินนี่ขอบคุณค่าแม่งก็เรียดสัปดาห์เนี้ยลงดันจนของแตกทั้งตัวไอ้เหี้ยมีฟันเลย8ได้อยู่นะโอ้พี่บ่าวอีเกอร์
just a top shot moving in. Good enough. Freeze it off. I need it. So,
Yeah.
thanks for that. Good one. Hey, next week. You also then get the offer. Free gift. Fuel them. Use that. The offer. Give these new greens cans now in
อย่าเพิ่งแตกตอนนี้
what you get.
เชี่ยให้ลงเลทของไม่แตกเดี๋ยวมาแตกโอ้โหพ่อมโอ้ยเชี่ยโอ้ใจเย็นใจเย็นเย้ยไอ้เหี้ยฟักดีเฟนต์กูเหลือเท่าไหร่ได้ของแตก3 ชิ้นเนี่ยดีเฟนต์กูเหลือเท่าไหร่เวนโอ้
was move the move gang. So and play. Yeah.
เชี่ย
You go. You get that.
ทำแล้วฉันเลือกอะไรได้ไหม
Ian McNeil, we used to work. George Graham, who
โอเค
oh, he, I think George Graham next. Really?
เชี่ยอยู่เนี่ย
He chance of 2 million.
โอเคไม่มีทางเลือก
He touched it. Wait. This was bottom of save.
ไม่มีทางเลือกนอกจากกดซื้อพรีเมียม
Me in.
กลางดัน เพราะอะไรเพราะของแตกโอ้โหทุเรศมาก38,000ไอ้เหี้ย
Did you know what you wanted to do?
Oh
I
my
knew
god
about Leeds because we get in Holland, we get BT. So we know. Didn't big. Knew about Leeds, but
เชี่ย
just
ไม่
big
ไหววะกดตีจัดไอ้สัตว์
hatred
โอ้ยกูผิด
and Man United. You learn really quickly.
มาชิงเตาไงกูไอ้พวกเหี้ย
We.
เออ
Also name. It was
มันตายแล้วฟื้นเย้
coming up. We played first step. It's gonna be lazy. It's gonna be lazy. Right now. But you know what? You used to do that to me when you're not good. And you know you are. You just want to make them run. I just think like that. Because you got
ไม่เอ่ยทุเรศมากของระเบิดกลางดัน แล้วต้องกด VIP มาซ่อมไอ้เชี่ย40,000กู
what's the angry
ปัก
to play
40,000 โกเหรอ
เออกดไอ้นี่ไงกดพรีเมียมไงแลกเหรียญไอ้นี่เป็นไงเฮ้ย T2G อยู่ไหน เห็นเงินน้อยแล้วรู้สึกไม่ค่อยดี
show your
이
chances.
순간이 얼마나 반복되었을 거라 생각하는가. 지금
I'm not an
오직 하나의 미래만
you know
나를
I
기다리고
have
있다. 질서라는 이름을 살려는 족쇄야.
did you enjoy it? Yeah.
낮엔 있으니
Do what?
수천이 무엇 하나 결정하지 못했다.
And I know
그러나
are you ready for the ages?
이제 나는 스스로 선택할 것이다.
Let the girl
앞으로 그렇지. 우리들의 미래를
to a team. I'm not
ครับพี่
similar to you.
พี่ปะพูดมากเหลือเกินสัตว์
To Premier League. Look at you what first please what he would also see a little bit you know hey really hit
โดนเหรอมัน
not that he's I hope create chance for him and of course
โอเค
you're not gonna get lots of no you what is think of he needs to everybody you know if you look at me yeah cheating
빛의 눈 라제니스가 병신
if you know
나는 모든 것을 바로잡을 것이
with him
우리 앞에 빛이 있으리라.
โอ้พลาดมากเหลือเกินหนุ่ม
Wait, but then could be
do
เชื่อไอ้โคโรนาไวรัส
we'll go around this. If he has to carry, if he has to run air 60 feet, he's going. He does have CS30. So near on. You know, what would he expect you when you first went to Leeds different than Portugal? Had to be more physical, older. He put the whole thing. He would lose the man the fact he,
เอาเชี่ยไปแล้วสัตว์
in the beginning. So he wants you to hold the ball and forward. Doing that, you first. Well, good. Yes. You. Good for chief probably. Mid.
Do give me one more.
Harry. We were different. Yeah. Midfield who could run. Ready?
อะไรเล่าหนุ่ม
Been in the first year. We had like lots of cool stuff. We had Bruno Ribeiro. A lot of players who didn't have a big name. So we were more like team that we needed energetic, running around. We were tank. Lee Boy was well. How do we get? Games. How do we get to you lead? Surely they won.
อีกแล้วอ่ะโอ้ยเนี่ยเปลี่ยนเลยบ้าตาย
To this day, they didn't win. So what? Those players who first, when this was George. Our relationship he lost. Up to well. So he had his way, gave me the top lock. The moment he left, in a way, write this up. His well.
오늘은 세상을 만들고
We know.
속에 여전히 쓰러워오는
มากถึงเฮียนี่
You would want conversation. So I don't think that always appreciate what conversation would you
다시
have
문이 열리길
in your life? Was it that you were debates about
로프의 목소리
this feeling? Feeling.
ไอ้เฮียของจริงอยู่นี่ฟังยู
Season 2 years left. They want to speak to me, and I do it, and I'm
모든 것을 외면치고는
30 weeks.
이제 우리는 모두 전쟁을 나고 있어 방법을 것이다
Who would be? Was anyone on?
루페온에게 착수했어. 이렇게 되면
In the league. Here's
선택받은 운명에 휘둘린 것은
think
끝이다.
about the league.
나는
Who would have been on?
운명의
운명의
선택을
선택을
ไอ้เฮียมืด
Couldn't have seen that. What year was it? Would have been. No. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. You finished. We only got big top order. Yo. You thought you were in a good back. Any?
미칠 수 없다
They said. Let's go.
이 정해진 일
Who you did? How pop your head? You know? That's what.
그러니
We
확인하라.
and
계승제
was in.
โอ้ยลำคาญที่ขายไอ้เฮียน
Let's go. He is the back. Now, what you will have. You left.
เย้ย
Very good. Resist it.
อื้อหือ
On the best. You as a
โอ้ my god ขอร้องเดี๋ยวพื้นที่ในสังคมให้ฉัน
if you don't what happens if late
เฮ้ย
oh did
อื
you
มลำคาญจังเลย
so
แม่ง
Then the Jimmy become our high spec 50 พูดอะไรไอ้วะไอ้สัตว์ยกใช่ let's do that who's the player ready ไอ้
เฮ้ยไอ้เชี่ยอามิน
Oh, we know.
너는 이건 어쩌죠? 빛은 진행된
성공했지만
운명이
더 이상
당신의 편이 아니군요.
เชี่ยคาไม้สัตว์
don't want to it's they said you need to up and they need up your side give it up so they said that we will sign that you'll get your side then let put in transfer later but you gave it
정말은 어떡해. 어긋난 질서의 계단으로 가자. 나도 곧 합류할게.
so
จบสักทีเฮียเหลือเกินต้องเสียเงินไป40,000ไอ้สัส
you're free season when yeah you got
지금의 당신이 내게 책임을 수 있지 않으니
was that good way you said I want this is running the board where you got we got a deal you got
나의
need
예,
someone know where you
그
just say
소리야.
didn't want this didn't even come on didn't
เย็ดเคขาดาน
너 손을 봐. 어디서
โอ้ยไอ้เชี่ยขาดานแม่ง
이미 선택했다. 너와 다르게
force we got a deal you got need someone know you just to come on you want you left look
อืม อืม
they won't change with even before yeah Lee's
라우리엘이 빛의 밸런스에 강해지고 있어. 멈추지 마. 라우리엘을 막아야 해.
โอ้ยไอ้เหี้ย
이체는 파괴하라는 건가? 서둘러라.
the Lee.
รู้แล้วทำไมโดนดาเมจแรงจังไอ้สัตว์
He was a part of it.
쓸 생각이냐? 오만한 선택이 부서진 빛이 영원한 밤을 불러올 뿐이다. 니나무
라우리엘 미래를 정하는 거지.
Keep your shield.
나는
You
절망
went.
속에서 작은 희망을 봤어.
We went.
already been. What's that?
나는 모두를 지킬 거야.
We are the
좋은 선택이야.
โอ้ชิบหายไปหมด
빛은 이미 사라지고 성이 무너졌으니 모든 것이
새롭게
새롭게 시작되리라.
비로소
어찌겠어. 낙원이라는 세상에서 해방되고 있으니
ชิบหายหมด
끝내
질서에
모든 손을 담고
당연히 선택하지 않겠습니까? 나의 미래, 넌 필요하거든. 나는 그곳에서 가능성을 내며 수없이 많은 시간 당신을 지켜봐라.
Rolling.
그리고 끝은 항상 같았지.
For this weekend.
라제이스는 배신자가 나를 지켜야 했고
당신은
언제나 아크라시아의 황홀을 이끌었다.
It's a nice cake. But then, we have
무너진 자네들이
no choice.
Cinematic
You didn't win it. But you
Absolute Cinema
이제 우리 차례입니다. 우리는 우리의 의지로 아크라시아를 지킨다. 쏘르테어 엘라카시아.
BK
to in media. Yeah, no. Because in your yes, yeah. Angry. To make sure 50. You like something
เอาวะ Absolute Cinema
이기라면
like with all
ทีมบ้านนี้แม่งโดนสาปให้พูดไม่ได้กลายเป็นนกเฉย
chill.
운명의 빛이 비로소 세상의 끝에 닿았으니 약속의 때가 되었다.
When you were back, kicking out. That's what we're.
무슨 일이
But you know, used to be different.
기온.
시간이
되돌려지고 있어.
And
세미
음.
이정을 위해 주인에게 맞서면서
선택을 할 줄이야.
제니스
네가
내일은
이 모든 것을 그려보고
여기서 무슨 일이 일어날 것인지 그것을 위해서 무엇을 희생해야 할지 그리고 그릇의 존재마저
모두가
강화하고 있지
we make
의도를 드러낸 듯이 얼마나 두려운 존재인지. 하지만 나는 현재를 비틀었다. 이제 네가 그린 미래는 오지 않을 것이다. 글쎄, 과연 그런가?
스스로
모욕과 우울을 뒤집었으면 아직 있어. 그러기에 그 지식이 있었는데 당신 역시
결국
이 이치를 지키고 가져가. 당신
반드시 오늘을 후회할 것이다.
완성되지 못한 자, 질서에 사로잡힌 자는 영원히 이해할 수 없지. 흐트러진 세상, 알고
들린다. 닿지 않았던 제 목소리라.
이제 미래는
이어지라.
방금 봤어?
아니면 아이버 봐. 그 비슷 비와 데이터 played him.
저기 보이십니다.
Big name in sort of England. That was
เฮียขาดานเพิ่งมาฟอดอาร์คไว้ฟลึกใจเฮีย
They don't look at me in three people. Not the so this let's do it. Shit. Appreciate for your lead. You've talked.
그렇게를 이룬 곳이 있으니
한번 믿고
We might never be and do that, knew really good, knew that used my so I had to be clever.
이제 마지막
My little yard
계승자에게 인도다.
code. Good.
대화가 필요할 것 같군요.
Good.
애쓰는
So there's the cozy fight. Beat up Kenya. But not and then do that. But at the end of Chelsea. Just before Mourinho, yeah, the big so Mourinho came in.
에스턴 편은
Beat the
제로스를 모두 그쳤으나
said Jimmy Kenga.
더
큰
큰
희생을 맡기고
그걸 네가 어떻게
깨우지
알지?
못하죠.
one word, say to me,
운명이잖아.
thing.
당신들이
It's interesting that because he went and visited all the insects. It's the summer of the year. Portugal thought he
엘시아 문을
But
열어주십시오.
he went and done that. He was going around. I was like, he never talked to you. What did he? No. The words. He did say.
드디어 이곳에
Yeah, but was went to Middlesbrough. A really first year. You remember? Drop.
빛의 질서를 지키는 자, 온돈의 질서를 지키는 자.
First year, he didn't score a lot. They became champions, yeah, but it was more.
그렇지 않다면
That I should.
너희가 알아야 할 이야기다.
It's
재미있을 거야.
we go to him. Yeah, I wasn't blessed with winning a league.
저는 고결한 신에 대한 이야기니까
We were close. Chelsea.
그는 거대한 힘이 담겨있다.
Could you stay? Could you stay? So
무언가를 지어줄 수도
you got enough.
수혈시킬 수도 있는
She
힘.
could have said, "No, I'm gonna stay here." I could have.
마치 천지장난으로 병철
If somebody does, I mean, I don't care. You know,
세상을
if they say
내 소유를 시작했습니다.
that's
짐승은 그것을 부수기 위해 죽습니다.
good option. 2 years. We went to US.
믿기지 않는다는
We had a
표정이
team.
아무것도 없지.
Shabbat. Stuida. You know, so
여기 주인자들은 여기에 대가를 치르지 않고
we got
죄 없는 자들은 대가하지 않은 신에게 울부짖고 있지. 루페울이 만든 삶과 죽음, 처음과 끝, 생명의 수만 속에서 빛은 캐서야 할 아크라시아의 질서가 무너지고 있는 지금이야말로 혼돈 그 자체이지. 무력빛과 질서의 신이 다스리는 세상이면
I lived in Harrogate, but every day were to die.
모든 것을
14. Jimmy, you mentioned that game.
이 세상에서
Yeah, playing together, melting the country coaching. So we used to play in quads. Listen. Nice.
질서와 빛과
Lost it.
모든 것을 소유하기 위해
Got that.
정치가 숨겠지. 그를 모으는 것에만 열중해 왔을 테니까.
We was a
질서의 신이 요구하는 대가는 다한 가지. 희망이라.
and you see for the most.
희생하라.
Are you thinking what we're say that you know you're thinking a little bit. I mean, you're thinking of where
중시자가 부르고 있고
베아트리스.
you know you think Yes, it goes reality.
운명의 계승자.
엄마, 정말 하는 이야기가 정말 사실인가?
Would you do?
이 순간
You're going with my. You're before the and you're you're so you're
이제
given and then it he made and I was shit cross
เฮียทำตามคำขอของเพื่อนรักอะเฉย500 ปียัดเข้
이제 길을 내려 불길을 없어.
โอ้ย
he went
If they get that momentum and sort of
visit you yeah
마침내 마침내 그가 세상의 일을 닿았습니다.
คนเนี่ย
pressure Jesus tell us
영원의 그에게
พอกูเก็บครบก็บอกว่าโอ้ไว้นะมึงยังขาดอีกอันหนึ่งขาดกุญแจไอ้สัตว์
please do take my big game
아가톤의 기사를 스스로 찢지사
we do what's your
인계
understanding you look at if you look
마침내 7개의 그가 하나로 모이고
these teams
이제야 드디어 말씀드릴 수 있겠군요.
teams
이것은 오랜 시간 당신에게 말씀드리길 기다려왔던 이야기. 세상의 비밀이자 악의 진실.
those three big games
악에는 거대한 창조의 힘이 담겨 있습니다. 주신 루펜께서는 이 힘을 이용해 세상을 빚어냈지요. 그리고 깨닫게 되셨습니다. 악으로 창조해낸 세상, 악에 의해 소멸할 수도 있다는 사실. 두려워진 루펜께서는 하나의 악을 7개로 짓고 마지막으로 하나의 아우리를 더 만들어주셨습니다. 그것은 바로 나머진 아그를 하나로 묶어낼 열쇠. 유평께서 라제니스에게 부여했던 단 하나의 의무. 성역에 안치되어 오랜 시간 비밀리에 지켜온 열쇠의 아그를
กูรวบรวมไปได้แล้วกูต้องหากุญแจกรุย
어느 날 갑자기 열쇠는 장치를 멈췄습니다. 왠지 처음부터 존재하지 않았던 것처럼.
We didn't get it. But pain was that times what we have to say. If we were there, you know, that day, just tell me if you felt something about others and most coaches say, well, I would feel like, but Rodney's gone off. Yes, and you see, obviously, the man, one of the most important player off in Europe. That
เชียร์คาดาน
are you thinking what we're thinking? This is it. Not saying anything because you know yourself. But is everyone thinking a little bit? I mean, you're thinking that, and you're a football man. Yeah, football. Straight away. Great. Nothing. You know how it is. So you think at that moment you will have to. And yes, it goes, but the reality shows different. You know, another player comes in who's now at all picked up. It's no different whatsoever. I don't have press for career, but one thing, two things, some sickness,
ฝ่าฟันมาตั้งนานเพื่อมึงจะบอกความจริงว่าโอ้มึงรวมครบ7 ชิ้นแล้วยังใช้ไม่ได้ต้องไปหากุญแจมาอีกกันเหรอบ้าบอ
Would you do now? Do anything? What would you spoken to character or if you thought he's? I think anything. But I think if you're gonna think that you're not.
อ๋อหรือว่าลูเทอร่าใช้พลังอาร์คไม่ได้เพราะว่าไม่มีกุญแจหรือว่า
When you're before the game and you're this is how I am and you're looking at the team and you're supporting your manager, there's always things and the decision is I was happy with the decision because I have given manager whatever I've given and then it's up to him. He made it. And I was happy with the decision because it was a decision for the right reason. You understand what I'm saying? It was
team selection.
It always comes
우리
back to this.
라제니스는
You can always do the
사라진
game.
열쇠를
You can
이렇게
always say,
부릅니다.
don't think you don't know if you're going to win. You know what I'm saying? So I was happy. He was happy, and we went for it. Spain was good. Spain was better. Spain had a rhythm.
นั่นไงสัตว์
Whole tournament.
ขึ้นมาเพื่อบอกกูแค่เนี้ยนะ
People look at
아크라시아를 지켜보고
you know.
They never got momentum in the tournament. Like his performances were not.
He wanted it. He wanted it, and we working. Boys did brilliantly. By the way, say they're under
อืม
deep pressure. Yeah. Never.
They were under. They had the first few games against Slovenia.
อ่ะอ๋อลูเทอร่าเย้
And that is football. That is at the highest level you find. You have to appreciate. But the pressure on just like that with that. Different.
We always say that, don't we? They finish that as a snap.
Berlin had London in Royal.
Question on the first day: why an English team? Why couldn't they? I know you didn't keep possession.
อืม
Maybe not.
Look, this has been a 20-year problem. Like, so
อืม
you're from played. Why is it that English teams do, I think, in big matches against Spain or in big games in 20, just
โคตรเฮียไอ้สัตว์เพียงเฮียนี่แม่ง
2018 World Cup, team truly keep the ball? Why do we do that? What's your understanding of it? I don't think that we need.
โอ้จะฝักที
These in those teams, they play more or less or the 3 big games. The game at Wembley, which the Italians went dominate with Georgia. Look at the Croatia game, this game in Spain. Those 3 big games, we look like we're out. The lads were just they put
อ่ะ
themselves
กูรู้เรื่องลอสอาร์คกูก็มาเจอลอสอาร์คเลยคุณมาก
Yeah, where the same thing happened where we fell short.
I can't talk about those 2 other games. I wasn't there. The only against Spain, we should have kept the ball. We should have kept the ball. And sometimes it is just about passing the ball for pass, just to throw you down.
But is that understanding or what?
That's not understanding. I think that is just how it is, you know. That's what we didn't do well. We didn't keep the ball. We should have. Was that the pressure? Was that the pressure? We don't know. I don't. When I talk about pressure, yeah, is
그날 이후
the noise, the loud sound, you know.
อืม
For specific example, they try to think negative. Or stress, so some
Pundits.
when I see you, some them fellas on his list, honestly, sometimes think, during the break, you've been there. Get behind these players. Get behind. You know, give them something that
Was that impacting the player?
no, it was impacting me.
You thought what?
Because certain things doesn't happen. Why say that? You
What's
know,
what are you referring to? What's well?
you know that we hear. You know that it's people look at. You know that we will see. You know. What are you trying to get out of it? What are you? Do you not? What are you trying to get out of that message? You know.
Must be strange with England got big teams for that. The difference of opinion on that deep into the squad.
Thing is, such a big club, and when England come together as supporters, everybody supports. You support Liverpool. You have your Liverpool player that you want to see in it, and if you don't see
เฮ้ย
that,
ตะมุกร
you're not supporting England. You know, and that's wrong, isn't it? You know, it's they don't together as much as they should.
So all the players or the countries.
Situations. Because you talked about this, Alexander Arnold going in the field. In terms of that, you know, Trent Alexander will stop in terms of why is he not playing right for England, the quality of him, why is he playing in the field? I mean, talked about it a lot before the game.
Yeah, it's a big ask for a player to win and play in the big games. It's a different position. You know, what younger players trying positions. Yeah. For an experienced player to win and play in the field was a big ask for him.
Yeah,
He's struggling.
yeah.
Taken off.
Did you know it was wrong after game on? Put him in.
I would say it was wrong. Didn't materialize. I think
England left with right back, but they're all different. Yeah, but he's a magnificent right back. So is Walton, so is Trips. Yeah, and they're all in one. So it is. What do we need for that day? And because I think we want some quality to be close to the forward, because he can clear pass, he can score a goal. We thought, it would work with his intelligence. It would work. It didn't come as we thought it would. I think it's those. Would I see it being? Would I, if I manage, would I do that with Trent?
Absolute Cinema สัสๆในเรื่อง
For the strikers. So I'm thinking now more of self. For me, as a striker, who would I
ก
want?
ดแอกชาวเมือง
He ends up playing too deep. Roy mentioned that the conundrum of telling older. Got these 4 out players, so some develop. Looks like you to be sort of positioned. Then you've got was that constant sort of outreach? How we try how we make sure that he must have been, because even we're looking. It is. Everybody else. You tell. The thing is, you don't win. It's wrong. So that's the thing. And that's saying you have the question if the game decision. So yeah, you can you should have let we all start to play for so those there must be very unfortunate. They were brilliant. They were easy to work. Easy. So, they do it. That's what I'm about. I can't say a bad word about the because they really help. See, mate, but it didn't last. Not much squad like that. But
희생은 헌신이 되어 그를 빛으로 이끌어주죠. 홀로 영원을 짊어졌던 자는 그날의 우리 의지를 애쓰러주고 남겨진 마음들은 그를 미래로 인도하였습니다. 이웃이 계승자가 걸어온 길입니다.
Not used to in the capsule is a bad moment, and he has to be prepared for that with some real pet. You just talk specifics.
โอ้แอบสูตรซีนีมาสัส
Will always be this.
ๆถ้าก็เป็นหนังไอ้เหี้ยนี้ก็คือแม่งจบซีซั่น1หรือจบอะไรสักอย่างอะ
Yeah, he doesn't have the voice. Everybody wants to be picture. The thing is, we all need what having back. The thing is, if you're going to play open,
he's gonna get in trouble. But if you protect him in the right way, lead the for the match. That we say done brilliant. He's done brilliant. So we criticize. Now it's Paul's done it. So now we go to the other captain. Say, no, yeah, but what he got? The internet. We could get nice. You get no more. That's how the defensive. You the defensive mid. Then you get, and then he's there. Then he's a personality and a leader at battles, and he's been entering the better leader sometimes. He's smiling.
อ๋อ
Yeah, but that is
ไอ้เฮียบาคารแม่งหัวร้อน การเดียนเลือกข้าง
good boys, and people forget that really quick.
วันนี้เรียนกีตาร์วันแรกพี่ได้เล่นสเกลเป็นอยู่แล้วใช่ไหมงั้นพี่ก็ไปทำทุกอย่างให้เป็น diagonal shape ตัดโฟโนตเพอร์สติงอ่ะ
สรุปฟินิมาโอ้สีทองไม่ตอบมามั่งเปี้ยเปี้ย
빛의 가디언들이 움직이는 걸 느꼈어.
อืม 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 เรียบร้อยจบแล้วเสีย1475กูไม่ตีเพิ่มไอ้เหี้ยเหี้ยรูปปั้นเทพฟุตนะครับ
비추시오. 그것이 지금 비추시오. 엘가시아를 지켜주소서.
สามสี่ห้าหกสามสี่
이곳은 기도하는 곳입니다.
224 5 6
이 자리에서 시를 지켜주소서.
โอเคน่าจะประมาณนี้ว่ากัน